I'll check on this just to make sure.
Hey, everybody. There's always a bit of a pause in these live shows, but I believe that we are live, and it's really great to be here with everybody. I'm here with my dear friends, Seth Pruzansky and Dr. 𝗠𝘂𝗹𝗆, and we are going to talk about religious hypocrisy and truth frequency. And there's so much to share on this topic. I don't even know where to begin, but I want to just go around and have you guys say a few words about yourself. And then, yeah, I got some good questions. And this is going to be a roundtable and a discussion. So I'm not just really hosting it. I'm also going to participate. This is something we're all very passionate about, and it very synchronistically came together because we've all been sharing stories, because very often we find under our comments a lot of interesting feedback. And we'll get into that. So let's start with you, Dr. 𝗠𝘂𝗆. A few words about yourself and just anything that you feel inspired to bring up before we dive in.
Yes, thank you for having me. Always good to be with both of you guys. Love working with y'all. And there's my cat. So I'm always so like not sure what to say that I am. And people, even like my family, they're like, who do they say you are? Like, how do I introduce you? It's like, I am a lot of things. I do a lot of stuff. But my biggest thing for being here is love and truth. So I love love and truth, and I'm a big researcher in love and truth. And so, but on my side jobs, I'm a naturopathic doctor. My background is years of ministry. And I was on TV for years. I've written several books. I'm now doing all kinds of stuff on social media and have a show on Thursday nights. And yeah, and so I do a lot of stuff with you guys and a lot of other people, and it's really fun. And yeah, I just try to help people connect with wholeness, whether it's mind, body, physical, emotional, spiritual, and doing my best to just help people stay sane and to remember their path while they're here. We're all different. And I love that we're all different. I love diversity. And I just cheer on everybody wherever they are and what they're doing. And you guys do too. And that's why I love hanging out with y'all.
So awesome. So Seth, go for it. Tell us about yourself.
What she said. Same thing, you know. That's the energy, really. Like, what, you know, there's who we are, but then there's the energy that we bring, and that can't be faked, right? Like, that can't be, it's so uniquely ours, but at the same time it's connected to everything and supported by it, and thus our authenticity just comes out. But yeah, I love life. It's a miracle that I'm even alive, and it's because I love life. And I have this thing where I want other people, even though it's hard to like people sometimes, there's a part of us that loves them. And it's like, I'm in it to win. I'm in it to remind people, you know what, can get out of your head, get out of story, get into the rest of your body and feel what you really are. Because how are we going to make a different world if we don't change ourselves from the inside out? It's that simple, you know.
Love it.
Beautiful, you guys. Oh my goodness. So, I mean, I couldn't think of two better people to talk about this with. We notice comments that are interesting to process, and it's not about judgment and what 𝗠𝘂𝗆𝗆 and I were talking about earlier, you know, pissing contests or who's right, who's wrong, but it's about a certain level of respect that needs to be held in certain conversations, you know, appreciating that we're not all going to see things the same way. So this isn't an attack on religion or belief systems, but it's that sort of I'm right, you're wrong dichotomy that really doesn't work. And to me, God is love. The Christ energy is not about the institution of religion. It's so much greater than that. And so hopefully that will open some people's minds, as much as there are a lot of amazing things to walk away from if one has been exposed to religion. And I think all of us have stories connected to that. So what I first want to dive into, and some points that have kind of been coming through that might light up later in the conversation, is that, and I was talking to 𝗠𝘂𝗆𝗆 earlier today, and Seth, and it's beside the point, but I'm kind of speaking for all of us here, is that God, Goddess intervenes through us. We could all possibly agree upon. And I want to hear your thoughts on that. Because sometimes people are like, just sit back, you know, Jesus is taking care of it all, or God wins. And then there's this other point of how many times in our lives have we overcome severe turmoil, adversity, and found a way to rescue ourselves without having to ask the priest, who might actually be a pedophile. Did I say that? Sorry. But I mean, it's like that has to be cleaned up. So there's that as well. So I just threw out a lot there. And Sharon, I'll take it away.
Yeah. So for me, you know, I've had to like, I haven't had to, I have got to, I had the opportunity to, my dog's barking, sorry. Ask myself, like, what is it that I keep getting triggered about? Like if I post something and someone comments, I had found myself like getting like upset about it, and not like sad, I'm so crying and can't live my life or anything like that, but I could feel myself inside going like this, ugh. And every time, no matter what the post was about, when I would ask myself that question, it came back to, I just want people to think for themselves. And, you know, I think before, like a decade ago, if I had said something and someone didn't agree, then I, in my religious, whatever I was, felt it was like my duty to make sure that someone thought like me. And, you know, there is a program, not 10 years, I would say 20 years. I'd go back further, because I would say I've come out of that. Thank you. And also I'll probably come out of 100 other things by the time this thing is over, because I'm not saying that I'm there. I've definitely not arrived. You know, I'm in work in progress, just like everybody. So nothing good or bad. I'll change my mind probably by tomorrow, and that's fine. And I'm okay. And I'm okay to be wrong too. My thing is, what I have done because of Laura and several other people being in a public situation when there are comments, I love to, instead of fight or try to prove or to give a bunch of links or anything like that, I like to ask questions. I learned that from Laura. I watch her and other people who I just adore, who don't try to make it a right or wrong thing, but just actually ask questions and see, like, well, I'm curious. And I've actually gotten very curious about what people really think, why they think that, and where that belief came, you know, where the origin of it, and or if they even know why they think that. Because I can say, for me and my background, I had a certain narrative, many probably, that were all very socially engineered, you know, whether it was through movies and TV and politics and all the things that I just grew up in and or watched and or was told to me, you know. And I was never one of those kids that just kind of sat around and was like, oh, well, because you said. Like, I like to do my research. I got kicked out of church and shit like that because I did, you know, I would ask questions. And when I wasn't allowed to ask the questions, they'd be like, shh, you know, you can't say that. You can't ask that. It's like, why? You know, so in some ways I was ahead of my time on several things, whether it was music in church or just church itself, or things having to do with God, or, you know, lots of questions. I've always had these questions. And I think a lot of it has to do with Montauk and some of these memories that I've had and some of the frequency that was instilled within that, and even before that. And maybe I was picked because of Montauk, or picked because of the things for Montauk. I mean, I don't know which comes first, the chicken or the egg. But I know that I've always been one of those people that asks questions. And, you know, of course I like to fit in, and I wanted to be in full-time ministry. So there were certain things and hoops that I jumped through because I felt like this is what I got to do the thing to get to the goal of, you know, whatever. But then it was I came to the point where I was like, that's not even okay. Like, it's just not. And so there's a shedding, at least for me, of like, oh, well, that's not true. And now, damn it, that's not true. And like this thing, and that wasn't true. And there's just been layers and layers over the last like 20 years or more. And there's a guy named Bob Jones, who is my spiritual dad, and he would call me a terrorist. He said, "You're a terrorist." And I was like, which, you know, I don't like that conscious language now looking at it. But I would say, what is that? And he'd say, you shake up every religious spirit there is. Like your existence shakes up stuff, because I was tattooed really young before anybody did that. I had a nose piercing. You know, I was in full-time ministry as a woman, which was a big deal. I had colored hair. And people would be like, can't you just be more like this person or that person or this little quiet lady? And I was like, no, I mean, this is who I am. This is how I express me. You know, and now those things are like nothing. It's just like everybody's got a tattoo or everyone's got this, and it's not a big deal. But there's other things now. So with each thing that we go, I'm not trying to do that. I just, as I am expanding and remembering and aligning with what I believe is true. And again, this could be different tomorrow or even 5 minutes from now. But as I keep aligning and my perspective shifts and things are revealed to me or I understand better, then there is that shift. And then there's people who will question, well, what about this and what about that? And I love questions, and I myself will question, but what I don't like is questions with judgment. There is a tone, there is a telling of, and I get it. The program, like I was going back to, it kind of like looped out, but I get the whole program of feeling like this is your job to make sure everybody thinks like you, or you're not doing your job, or someone could go to hell, or, you know, all the things that could happen if you're not all thinking the same and think this narrative that is 100% a displayed narrative. And, you know, what is true, I'm still working on it. But what I don't like, and going back to the question, is some regurgitated answer of, you know, well, keep your eyes on Jesus. And so I'll be like, okay, so when you say keep your eyes on Jesus, can you give me an example of what you mean by that? Do you literally mean like you get a photo of Jesus and you stare at it? And I'm not being like an asshole. I'm like, actually want to know what you mean. Do you know what you mean by that? Okay, can you tell me what you mean by that? Or if someone will say, well, just Jesus leads the way. And I'm like, okay, can you give me a physical example of how Jesus led the way for you today? I just would like to know, like, how did Jesus lead? And I love Jesus. Like, I am a Jesus lover. I love Christ consciousness. To me, he was the highest, besides Mary Magdalene, in scalar waves that ever walked the earth. So I'm not like dismissing that. I would like to just know, like, honestly, if Jesus leads the way, can you give me, how did he lead you today? Like, honestly want to know, like, can you give me an example? Or like today I posted a few things and people come back and say like, well, the white hats are in control and just wait, because God is about to reveal things. God is really shaking things up right now. The devil has been really busy. So my question is like, what has the devil been doing? Like, can you give me an example? And also, how is God shaking things up? Can you give me an example? Because I personally, this is just me right now in this very second, humbly believe that we have free will and that we have God within ourselves. So you can't follow something that's inside you. And so I'm asking questions like these things to see, like, you know, what kind of answers am I gonna get back, and try to understand, where are people coming from? Do they even know where they got that belief system? Do they know what that phrase means? Where, you know, who told them that? Did they read it? And then someone else said, well, I've been reading a lot of things and I've heard some stuff. Okay, what are you reading and where did you hear it? And then someone says, well, just sit back and watch the movie. It's like, okay, what movie are you referring to? Because I would like to watch that movie. I want to find out what you're talking about. But when I have asked those questions, I get crickets back, like zero response. I've even went into Messenger and said to these people privately, so it's not like a confrontation on the thing, because I'm not being confrontational. I just, like, honestly would like to have a dialogue. If you're going to take the time to come on my page and post something there, then you should be able to respond and know what you're talking about. And I would like to talk about that. So I'm like, here's my phone number, call me. you know, no response at all, and or this is what you need, and give me a book of what I need to read because I have PTSD and I'm traumatized or something. It's like, no, actually, I'm just living my life and looking for answers, and you know, and I'm okay with where everyone is. I was telling Laura this morning or this afternoon, I had a guy on that I don't agree with, who was the most beautiful man, translated a Bible, got on, answered questions, spoke with passion, so much passion that I cried. And I was literally like, wow, I am in love with this man. Like he's just like, wow, like I could hang out with this dude. And we didn't agree on a lot of things, but it did not even matter because he could at least have a conversation with me. He wasn't talking down to me. He wasn't saying, you need to talk to this dude, or you need to get like counseling or read a book, or, you know, I'm not going to talk to you, but I know what you're going through, and but I won't talk to you about it. Just read this book and things like that. It's just like, you don't know anything. You don't know what I'm going through. You don't, you know, it's like, if you got on the phone, maybe you would know what we're talking about, and you could find out what you're talking about and give me some answers, and we can have a conversation. But, you know, am I the only one that, okay, I'm looking at the comments. So yeah, so that's what I'm trying to understand is, what is the devil doing? What's this movie we're talking about? What's the movie everyone's enjoying? When does it, you know, God wins. Okay, so Jesus is going to lead the way. How is that happening? You know, do I believe in dreams and visions? And do I believe that God speaks inside of us? Yeah. Okay, say that. But don't say some of the things that we just like. It's like a bot to me. It reminds me, and I told this to Laura, it's like when you call the 800 number and you're trying to get like someone on the phone to give you an answer, and then like push 2, push 3, you get there and they're like, if you need to do blah, 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 then this is da, da, da. And you're like, no, I just need a conversation. I want to talk to someone. I don't want a bot effing answer like that. You don't even know me personally to know if this is the answer that I need. Like, give me a real answer and let's talk like real people and have a conversation. So I'm a little bit pissed off right now. And I'm sorry if you can tell that, but it is aggravating for me that people cannot think for themselves. They can't research for themselves. They have to listen to an influencer or the news or whoever to get their whatever. And they don't understand that I have researched a lot of this stuff and I'm still researching. So if I have a conversation with you, or I want a conversation with you, is because I would like to learn and I want clarity for myself, because maybe I'll change listening to you. But don't get on my page and write shit on there and comment and be all judgmental on how I need counseling because I'm in a crisis or trying to figure things out.
Oh.
So that's me right now. Anyway,
Yeah.
love y'all.
Really hear you, and we're gonna go to you, Seth, here. And I definitely I just typed down a few notes and stuff that was coming up, and then I have a slide to share about just another perspective that people can embrace. But so Seth, thank you, Charnel. That was awesome.
Sorry.
And I mean, look behind her, look at the books. She's like so beyond dead sciences, going into the physiology, physiology being physics on a multidimensional and physical plane level of the frequency of miracles, right? Some people only allow Jesus Christ to be able to perform miracles. And what, are we just some lowly people that are just being forgiven for our sins? How about we work on the deep state cabal and how they're messing with everybody to the point where they might be mind controlled to be a criminal. I mean, those technologies exist. So that's a whole other thing. And then I'm just going to leave it alone for now and want to hear what you have to say, Seth. So it was like, okay, so what are your thoughts about God intervening through us? And we're not just here to sit back and eat the popcorn. And the amount of times that, especially, in reference to what you've gone through, and same with you, Charnel, that which you explained beautifully. Seth, what is your perspective on the times where you've overcome adversity, illness, being jailed, where, God really showed up for you because your perspective shifted and you were able to recognize that exists within you. It's not just going to come from reading a book or submitting to, you kind of know what I mean. So go for it,
Yes.
Seth.
No, and thank you, Charnel, for expressing what you did, because you emoted, you got your feelings out. And that's hard for most people in this day and age, because we are a predominantly mental based species, right? We're always in our head. We always think we know so much about everything. And as soon as we start feeling, people go into panic mode. They don't want to feel. So we got to cover it up with drugs, or cover it up with bad behavior, or cover it up with this, because to feel means to have to confront things that you maybe necessarily can't make sense of, or they don't fit into your belief system or paradigm of perception to the degree that it makes you uncomfortable and you ignore it. So what I've done is the opposite of that. It's like I have allowed myself to feel and be really objective. You know, when I look at this, and just for everybody listening too, you know, we're talking about really things that can be very divide and conquer, very decisive things for a lot of people. But let's just try to be open-minded, open-hearted, just for a little while. Just practice that while the three of us have this conversation. Be open-minded, be open-hearted, and be objective and honest with yourself. You know, because when I do that, when I'm honest with myself, I'm like, okay, well, I was born, right? I was this little tiny embryonic thing in my mother's uterus at one point, right? Not that long ago, really. And then I was born and I didn't know anything, but something was there. There was a knowing, there was an awareness. And then bit by bit, I was taught a language that was never mine to begin with. I was influenced by all these different things that were external influences based around this language and belief systems and ideas and all this stuff. So when I really look at that, it's like, wow, almost everything that I think I know about myself from a mental perspective was taught to me by other people. And, you know, like you said, you asked the question like, well, what is truth? What is God? What is, like, who am I? What is all of that? And then comes in feeling. And this is where people don't want to go. You know, it's like, well, you can't think your way out of it, because as a result of all this conditioning, right? As speaking this language that we're speaking and believing that I'm Seth, and, you know, this is my computer, this is my microphone, these are my clothes. When I'm not any of that, there's some invisible field of energy allowing me to be conscious through my awareness. Now, I can try to describe it and put this language that was taught to me, and I can box it in. But am I really boxing it? Am I really making sense of it? No. But if I stop telling stories about it, if I stop thinking I know something based upon information that other people taught to me, then maybe I can start feeling what is actually happening. And the more you do that without ascribing words to it, again, words that weren't ours really to begin with, then suddenly not what is true, it's whatever is allowing us to exist, that we can attune our consciousness with, because it already is attuned to it. We're just so mentally based because we're stuck in all these beliefs that were never ours to begin with. And everybody's stuck in them, and they go right into fight or flight. As soon as you try to open that up, you know, they want to just divide and conquer. Oh, politics, oh, I mean, religion, oh, everything. You notice like our whole world is divide and conquer. So when are we as individuals going to grow up spiritually, right? Trust that this body we're in isn't just about the thoughts we think. There is so much more available to us that is invisible, that we're not even conscious of, but it's there, right? You're a doctor, you know, the amount of stuff that's happening in our human body is incomprehensible. We are not capable of consciously comprehending the amount of mind-numbing, like incredible, awe-inspiring activity that's happening in our body. We can't even perceive that. You know, like in 1 minute, your heart's pumping who knows how many gallons of blood. Your neurons are just firing. I mean, it's crazy. We're not even able to be conscious of that in the moment.
That's right.
So who thinks they know something? But with that said, It's in that humility, it's in that humbleness, it's in that willingness to be like, wow, do I really know that? Or do I think I know that based upon a whole bunch of stories that others coerced me into believing? And that's where it comes down to like, okay, I'm going to have the trust, the faith, the courage to think for myself, to feel for myself, and not be influenced by the influencers or the institutions or whoever is saying what. I'm going to allow myself to feel beyond the influence of all that stuff. And when we do that, something very different comes into view. Something very authentic, very real, very connected starts to become apparent. And then we realize that we were the ones stuck in a dualistic divide or conquer perception that, okay, it's really, that's what we were taught to do. So we're just reenacting behavior, learned behavior. And we can choose to adopt new behavior based upon how we feel, the thoughts and feelings that we come to on our own terms.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, Seth. So I was just taking a little bit of notes, not like, I necessarily need to take notes, but I did. Because I'm like, this is the thing with the truth frequency and our own sacred and divine connection with source energy. It's not going to look the same for everybody. It's a very sacred relationship, just like we have with ourselves, just like we have with the earth, just like we have with this conundrum that we're in as a humanity of all this stimulation coming from outside of us that is constantly bombarding our brain waves and nervous system, and how that impacts the organ of our body, which, and the endocrine system also connects with Stargate. So when we think about ascension, it's not just like, oh, we're just going to sit back and we're just going to ascend. No, it's like, we have to do the work. We have to do the shadow work. We have to understand where something is infecting our creative channels and telling us how we should think about this very sacred and divine relationship that is unique to each of us. If a sea, water, ocean, like that is like salt water, wants to tell a fresh ocean, no, you should be salt water. Or dolphin, and I know I evidently say this, a dolphin was like talking to a squirrel, and I keep using the same animals, and it said, why can't you just join me and dive through these waves? What are you doing there eating acorns and running around?
So good.
So good. Or scattled, like just don't get killed. And then you wonder, are some of them suicidal? No, it's like, we don't belong in a nature where we dominate or we use and abuse. What humanity needs to learn is, if you're going to put a highway or a road or anything in a wildlife area, you better like have a conversation telepathically or otherwise to make sure that it's safe for everyone, because the animal kingdom and nature is, to me, our true teacher. And that is where I feel God shows up and Goddess shows up, and their divine union. The true planetary grid network is all about the electric and magnetic, the masculine and the feminine, air, earth, fire, water, and ether. And a lot of this has been compromised with dark technologies that are streamed through these power structures of religion, politics, entertainment industries, and pretty much, school systems, pretty much everything that has any influence over society, that is literally trying to make us the lowly ones, the sinners, while these folks behind the scenes are doing the most horrific crimes against humanity. And our physical vessel is naturally divine. And if we're not connecting fully with our higher self and our intuition, we're not going to feel very well. If we're adopting somebody else's way of thinking, our physical body is going to just be like, oh, you're either going to puke, you're going to get cancer, you're going to get sick, or have an autoimmune thing. And no weapon, I feel, is strong enough to compromise us fully and completely, as long as an awakening happens to bring us into the truth frequency. We can correct anything under the sun. It's the mind control part of it, which is the real virus. It doesn't matter what mechanism they deliver it through. it comes down to, are you buying into it? Because if you're going to buy into the bait and the propaganda because of these technologies, which, you know, on a world stage level is, watching a movie or watching a show or, you know, following a certain political thing. If we look behind the scenes of it all and the subliminal messages and the dark technology, we are certainly not sovereign. Once we claim the truth frequency, sure, we're going to have symptoms, you know, because there's a deprogramming. And when we deprogram our nervous system, our organs, and, you know, our endocrine system is going to have to purge. So there's a difference between being sick due to repression and oppression versus being awake and having symptoms because you're letting go and you're transforming. So if one can adjust their perception to I'm awakening and transforming instead of I'm going to give my power away, then these symptoms aren't scary. The fear is gone. It's just an initiation. And just like if a person does a green food superfood detox and has a 𝗑𝗂𝗋 response, is it 𝗑𝗂𝗋 diamond? Wait, what is it called? Yeah. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. But to me, you know, where God shows up is in what nature teaches us.
Yes.
And to make it so external to the point where we're just sitting back. No, let's connect. Let's align with nature, and then let your true authenticity shine through. Doesn't mean we're all going to express it the same way. It's like, okay, we might be public people, you know, we're out there. Doesn't mean everybody needs to be. This is just one form of just answering to a calling, but somebody else's calling might be, you know, I'm a cave troll, and well, not troll, but anyway, I'll stop there. But that's my. I did not want to say 2 cents because it's so cliche.
You know what? That's so perfect. But the way I feel about it is like everybody who lives in a capitalist culture or a Western culture, we're all on the front lines, whether we're in front of a screen or not, because we're attempting to integrate all these aspects of what we always have been, of what we truly are, in a society or a culture that doesn't encourage that. So, you know, whether it's us talking in front of people or you're just at home trying to make a living, we're all on the front lines of, okay.
That's so good.
I mean, right? Like,
well, I mean, it's the parent that drops their kid off at school and is like, what are you doing to my kid? I mean, that to me is so go ahead, Charnel. What are your thoughts?
It goes back to the whole diversity thing. It's like, thank God there's people in those front lines in that arena or in that school district or wherever the situation is, because I mean, I used to have people going, oh, I'm glad you're doing that. And, you know, but I want to go do this. And I would be like, I'm so glad you're doing that because I have no whatsoever want to do that. Like, that's why we're different. It's on purpose, is to be a cell of God in each and every place possible, to be that vessel of love and truth to everyone and anything that can exist. And I love that Laura brought up the whole nature thing, because again, one of the comments just recently was like, only Jesus is Jesus is the only truth. And for example, it's like, okay, my response was a question. So you're literally saying that Jesus is the only truth, meaning there's not any other single person or thing or situation.
Right, real quick, Jesus is probably like, thanks a lot, you guys.
I know Jesus is probably totally like, oh my God, this is not what I meant to do at all. But by the way, again, scalar waves equal to God. Totally awesome. I love Jesus. And I do believe that he was, you know, anyway, that's a whole nother subject. But yeah, nature to me is true. Physics is true. People with pure intentions and love in their hearts. And it does say greater things than these, meaning greater things than Jesus are what is the opportunity. You know, there's no limits. So it can't possibly be that Jesus is the only truth. Now, if you want to say, you know, I don't know, you can go down all the rabbit holes of what that really means. But I'm just saying her response was, Jesus is the only truth. And that was her end all, no discussion. There's nothing else to say. And I'm like, okay, well, literally, plants aren't true. Animals aren't true. The sun which could be, I guess some people think that the sun is just not real.
Or evil, maybe. It's like,
you know, or some sort of social engineering that Gates set up or something. I get it. Like, everything is up for discussion. All I'm saying is let's talk about it. And if we can't talk about it and you're going to get mad and offended and like shut me off and block me just because I'm like, no, really, I want to understand. It's like, don't come on my page and post something crazy that you're so emphatically believing if you can't explain the post that you say. You know, it's like, either go somewhere else, discuss, think about it, whatever you want, but don't come on my page and expect me to just be like, whatever, unless you got some backup on that, you know. And the whole movie thing. Okay, in the bigger scheme of things, could this be a hologram? Sure. Could this be simulated? 100% probably. I don't know. But what I think they're talking about is this other movie, black hat, white hat thing, where there's going to be some situation where politics is going to come save everybody, or the Easter Bunny or Jesus is going to come save everybody. And I don't agree with that. I don't think that Jesus came on the planet so we would all sit back and do nothing. And I don't think that, you know, it does say we're here to commission, to occupy. So that means God in action, being the cells of God in every area and every arena that's possible to bring what? Truth and love. And so we are God in action. Our very cells sing the nature of God in our DNA, because that is who we are in us. It says that we are gods. Do I think that I'm the ultimate God? F no. Thank God I'm not God. And also, am I expression of him? Are you, everyone watching? You all have your expression of who God is. And that's what we're all supposed to be doing, is just be a little expression of what God is. That's just my, again, humble opinion of what we're doing, why we're here, and trying to bring love and truth to everything that can possibly be ignited to truth and love in this season. And so, yeah, what I don't get is when they have the bot conversations of just this, like, so, you know, think for yourself. Look into things, find out what the deal is, especially in this season of the white hats, black hats. You know, one person had said, well, God wins, and a little bit, I'm not even kidding. She said, God's going to rescue us. So I was like, please give me an example of how God's going to rescue us. Because for me, free will is huge. For me, all of us are here for a purpose. And it's not to wait on something else externally or outside to come and fix everything while we sit back and watch a movie. But it's for us to be God in action, doing the things that bring the change on this planet, for the planet to be a better place with our action, with our will, with our responsibility to be responsible on this planet, to make it a better place as an individual and as a collective. But not to sit back and wait for everyone to do it, whether it's the Easter Bunny or Jesus or Trump or whoever. It's for us. We're the ones.
and how in the hell did the Easter Bunny become a part of Christ's resurrection and
Storyland?
Eggs? Like, so we're finding all these eggs. What are they? The ovaries of Mary Magdalene, maybe.
Oh God, don't go.
Oof.
So
Sorry if I'm triggered.
Oh, I know. I mean, yeah, we were gonna pour through, like, we're breaking down the triggers and we're giving it a voice, because triggers aren't just triggers. It's a nervous system reaction to, wait a second, you know. And every time I get triggered in whatever area of my life I get triggered, I want to give it a voice and I want to take accountability. And, you know, in my current relationship, when I get triggered, I'm not like, you're to blame. I'm like, I'm really traumatized and I'm not seeing this very clearly right now. Can we talk about it? And fortunately, Kevin's like, yeah, but I feel kind of sorry for him to have to deal with me. But Seth, what are your thoughts?
Doesn't it feel so insulting to God within, you could say, to be like, oh, I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy to connect with you myself. I need somebody or something external, because I'm not good enough to connect directly with you, with what I am. doesn't it feel like that's so insulting to God within? I mean, it does to me. Here's something that's probably going to trigger a lot of people, but since we've given each other permission to do this publicly, okay, so say somebody is born, they're deaf and blind, right? How are you going to teach them that unless they accept Jesus Christ as their only savior, they're going to die and go to hell? How do you teach somebody who's deaf and blind that? And I've asked people that before, and they just don't know what to say. But it's like, how, first of all, you only think you know that because you were taught that based upon a language that was also taught to you. So very little of what you think and believe is actually yours anyway. It's just recycled stories, storyland, handed down and down and down and down to the degree where you don't have enough divine self-esteem to form these connections yourself. You want to point fingers at everybody and everything because you're not willing to do the inner work of choosing to love the parts of yourself that you're afraid of, to feel the trauma. Lauren, like, look, I could be in a ditch dead. I should be, I could go on and on and on about all the traumatic things that happened to me. Wow, poor me. So many of us could do that. How did I get better? Bit by bit by bit. The initial impact happens and it's like, oh my, was I praying God? Yeah, maybe, definitely. There are definitely times. But what really happened was like, okay, how am I going to really get well and get back to a sane, balanced sense of self that has self-esteem, that isn't overinflated, unhealthy, egotistical? How do I get back to just like being me with awe and wonder, but
perfect you?
Yes.
Perfect you, the you that no one else can be.
And that is step by step.
Can I just say something really bad real quick? I heard the word egotistical one time. I thought it was eagle testicle.
Eagle testicles.
Sorry, but anyway, keep going.
No, this is what the patriarchy does,
like,
right?
Eagles don't have testicles, and eagles are representative of the highest spirit.
That's hilarious.
Attainment. Yeah. It's just a really bad joke. Sorry.
No, it's a great joke. It's perfect.
I don't know. It's like disturbing, but keep going.
But I'm going to jump in because Seth, you talked about direct TV. Interesting, because I was literally sitting in my bed one day asking God, within, without, wherever, because he's in, out, she's in, out, like God is everything. And I had the TV on, but it was on a pause, and there was this thing bouncing in the television, and I was not paying attention to it because I was just like engrossed in my own situation and praying and looking for answers. And then it's like, sometimes, have you ever like looked at something so much that you didn't even see it and it was right there? Yes. And all of a sudden I look up and I read the words that are bouncing, and it's direct TV. And I was like, dude, I don't need anyone to tell me anything. The answers are right here already. Direct TV. I don't need permission from anyone or anything. Direct TV. This was such a word for me in that moment. And I have sat on that for like a decade of like, anytime I think, is it good to have advice? Is it good to roll things out and go like, hey, what do you think? Is it good to talk and verbalize and discuss? Absolutely, all those things. But in the end, ultimately, only Seth knows what Seth is going to do. Only Laura, only Kevin over Brian. I love what Laura was saying is like, not everyone wants to be on TV. My husband is like, do not put my picture up anywhere. I don't want to see. I don't want to be out. Like, that's not. And I'm like, cool, whatever. But he doesn't try to take away what I'm born to do either. And neither does Kevin with you or anybody else. It's like, my cat obviously wants to be right here in the limelight. But, but some people want to be in Africa serving in villages or whatever. And I'm just like, yay, I did that for a long time. And that was fun. And I crossed it off the list. And I realized that's not what I want to do anymore. But thank God we have engineers and we have doctors and we have mathematicians and lawyers. Thank God for godly, justice loving people, you know, attorneys and actually politicians who stand for justice. And I know that's probably not popular right now, but I mean, in every avenue of every single thing that's on the freaking earth, whether you're a farmer or a fireman, like, or a firewoman, I should say, like that. This is the thing, is we're all born for something, and it could emerge and change and shift and shift and shift. And I've had 20 jobs and I might have 20 more, but that is the essence of the experience of me, 𝗠𝘂𝗧, whoever she is in this character, of being alive on this planet in this season in time, figuring things out. And you get to do that. We all get to do that. Everyone who's watching gets your version of figuring things out and seeing this perspective, that perspective. Oh, well, I tried this. I mean, my daughter was like, oh, I hate that I just tried this thing and I feel like a failure because I don't want to do that anymore. I want to try something else. I'm like, dude, that is what life is about.
Yeah.
Try something, figure it out. If you don't like it, it's like, oh my gosh. I said, does anyone get pissed at you if you go to the buffet and you're like, I don't like Italian? It's like, does it make you bad that you don't want to eat Italian food? No, love Chinese food. Love
This whole
it.
racist bullshit, though, it's just like,
And I'm not even talking about race. I'm
like
just
my
saying,
racist to McDonald's, like I'm a racist because I don't eat at McDonald's. I bet.
it's
Right.
just,
Anyway.
we're here to figure it out. We're here to try. We're here to see. We're here to, like Seth said, feelings is big. It's like feeling, we're feeling our way. If we're open to it, feeling our way, like, how does this feel? No. How does this feel? Yeah. How does this feel? No. How does this person feel? How does this feel? Like, and we're all like navigating. If we're paying attention to feelings, that's the key, is feelings.
Yeah.
It's like, how does it feel to you? And you may feel different than me in a certain situation, and that's totally fine, because it should be that way. We should all be different in what we're feeling. Now, I mean, of course, there's some like, don't kill people, for sure. Bad feeling, bad thing, straight up, pedophiles, bad, all those things, you know, but in certain, you know, basics, feeling our way through, what is the path? What is the path for you that we call Seth, you that we call Laura, Shauna, who else is here? James, Quantum Love, Arena, 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗶, you know, all these people who are out here watching, you all have your own version of you, which is absolutely perfect. And for now, born for now, in this season, to be your best, to inspire your world, to be the best version of you ever in this essence of who you are. And it's so cool that we get to do this. It's not we have to, we get to.
That's a huge difference right there. I mean, that's brilliant. Thank you, 𝗠𝘂𝗧. I mean, you got to feel it to heal it. I mean, how can we possibly transform anything if we don't feel into it? Denial, or burying our heads in the sand, or just being like, oh no, it's all love and light. Or it's like, oh no, Jesus is a savior. It's like, Jesus is like, all right, guys, like, they kind of distorted my teachings. And all right, so if those in religions don't agree with that, well, some of us have an open mind to digging a little deeper. It's not about creating fixed beliefs, but it's like, well, what if this is a scenario? And I'm going to share a slide reel soon about another perspective that a person can get in touch with. I'm not saying it's absolute truth. The absolute truth is your truth frequency. What helps you to thrive? What helps you to stay inspired? What gives you the gumption? Like, is that even a word?
Yeah,
The gumption
it's great.
to, you know, wake up and do something of value, because something is erupting within yourself that you're going to answer to, instead of shutting it down because of what your neighbor thinks, what a family member thinks. I mean, you know, we give a huge gift to people that are resistant to our own personal truth. We plant seeds in them, not based in belief systems, but based in, I'm going to be true to me and I'm going to be sovereign. And I hope you can do the same. And if you don't agree with what I think, that's beside the point. The point is, be the best you that you can be. And then we can harmonize like the ecosystems of nature. And that's what it teaches us. So Seth, what are your thoughts?
Just that. It's like, we are an ecosystem of nature. Like, our body is we are microbiome, right? It's just, our entire being is a natural expression of reality, but it's not when we're not consciously in alignment with that, right? And that's a lot of what we're seeing. That's a lot of the issues in the world. I mean, you can see, you get in an airplane, you go up, you fly, and you look down and you see what our species has done to this planet. And you're like, oh my God, no wonder everybody's so lost. Like, this is what.
Like, how would you integrate that into like geoengineering and the cabal tactics? And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just
no, absolutely.
That part.
It's like, when say that again, how would I integrate what?
Well, just like, you know, where humanity's gone wrong, but then there's all of this weaponry, you know, chemtrails, geoengineering, and all these, you know, programmings that literally make humans feel so much less than they truly are. But I really didn't mean to cut you off. And some people comment, well, then why did you cut him off? And I'm like, I'm sorry.
The whole thing is,
and I think
we can do anything. Yeah, see, and that's it right there. To the degree that we unconditionally accept one another as we are, is the degree that we grow up and help each other grow up, because we're exemplifying it. Like you were saying, Charnel, earlier, like we can feel and think and do whatever we want, but hold ourselves accountable to it. Like, you know, we know when there's a difference between feeling good things and bad things. You know, it's like, you know, I always try to sync it up with the idea of like, be like a little kid with awe and wonder and everything is possible, but with the maturity of an adult, so that you know healthy boundaries. Because in many ways, that's the relationship to nature or the divine or God that most of us aren't having right now. Most of us are having relationships with technology. Okay, we're bioelectric beings, right? We literally are bioelectric. Yeah. And look at, most of us are like, so we're taking this beautiful divine bioelectricity that's pulsing through our body faster than the speed of light, doing incomprehensible things, and we are giving it to our devices, most of us. And then when we feel like shit, you know, and we feel bad, we're looking for somebody to blame. We're looking for somebody to point the finger at, because we can't deal with how we feel. Well, is it any wonder why we feel like shit? Look at, we're eating crap, we're breathing crap. We're like, we are unconsciously consenting to all these fear-based programs. Come on, everybody, what's going on versus what we think is going on? Okay, this is the radical self-honesty question we all are capable of asking ourselves. What is really going on versus what we think is going on?
Exactly.
And what we think is going on is storyland. I mean, times infinity. Pick a narrative. There's as many as there are living humans, right? Or, okay, so versus what's going on. What is going on? Well, I don't know. Other than there's a deep knowing. Right? Yeah, there's a deep, like, okay, what do we know? Well, we're alive.
Right.
Like, there's something beating in my chest that's allowing me to perceive through this. The more innocent and honest I am with, like, okay, there's some kind of intelligence in me that's way more intelligent than I think I am.
I know, like when you get a cut and then all of a sudden the scab forms and the skin just heals itself. It's like,
and people think they know something, right? Like, that's, our bodies are marvels of nature, but we seem the last to know it. We're pissed off. We are addicted to division. We are addicted to victim savior consciousness of pointing the finger at somebody if we don't like what they're doing, or, you know, or hoping they're going to come save us. None of us, or I'm sorry, all right, let me change that. Many of us are now getting to a point where we're beginning to recognize that it is our responsibility to take responsibility for how we perceive the world. And as a result of doing that, we're going to self-correct. We're going to be like, oh, wait, if I'm really being honest and loving with myself, then I'm going to realize that these thoughts and feelings that I'm thinking in reference to some story that somebody taught me is really hurting me. It's not actually serving me and helping me grow. But when I go out and I breathe and I calm down, and I stop thinking I know something, and I look at this miraculous natural world that is below my feet and all around me, then that feels like, okay, wow. And you can only experience the feeling of that when you stop thinking you know something about it.
Right. Like the minute people are like, oh, yeah, I have all the answers, and my dogma of religion is like, and something's wrong with you and you're spiritually compromised. It's like, no, let's appreciate everybody's sovereign journey. And, you know, we're given everything we could possibly need, not from a guru, but from life, from nature, from our connection with our intuition and our higher awareness. So, Dr. Chanel, you had some thoughts. So
yeah, I mean,
away.
I've shared this before, and you know, I foster cats and kittens, and I have fostered 93 or 94 kittens in like 3 years. And when
seriously, I didn't even know that about you. Sorry, keep going.
I didn't either. My God, wow.
Yeah. Yes, and so, but when I am like, the first time that it happened, and it's you know, it's coincidence that it happened, but not really. But the series of things that happened that led up to me even working with this shelter, which I haven't in months, by the way, because that's another story. But up to that point, 93 cats, 93 kittens that I bottle fed, took care of, and then got adopted out in just a short period of time, in a 3-year period. But I grew up in Montana taking care and taming these kittens. And for years, you know, I would come every summer in Montana, and there'd be a barn full of kittens that I would tame. And it was just, I don't know, just whether it's Montauk or whatever the thing is, that I just had the thing with animals, and or empathy, and or being able to understand what they were saying or thinking, and being able to deal with that. But yeah, I was sitting there, and I got into this position where I'm taking care of these animals, and I was literally, it was the first set of animals that I was bottle feeding, like for a job, a side job, which I have like 10 jobs, but this is one of them at that minute. And all of a sudden I could see myself in the barn as like a 5-year-old taking care of wild kittens. And I was literally sitting there, and I remember telling Laura about this later, of just sitting there going like, I don't know what it is, but I was literally sitting there thinking, I don't know what's going on in the world, but I feel like this one thing that I'm doing is somehow changing the whole world, whether it's just like 10 minutes of this or an hour of this, of me doing the thing that I'm supposed to do in this minute, of what I'm called to do in this very second, for this little, you know, 2-week-old life that needed me in that minute to give it a bottle to be alive. I felt like alive. I felt like, oh my God, this is where I'm here. And I felt like this is somehow shifting like the whole world. And I don't know if that's true, but I'm just saying, I thought to myself, what if everyone was doing what they were supposed to do? Exactly what they were supposed to do, and the exact time they were supposed to do it. And but yeah, so going back to the whole like nature, and you know, I was 2 weeks ago in Florida. I was on the balcony, and I was like literally sitting out there with my husband, and we're just like drinking coffee, and I look and I see like, I guess there was like 50, I don't know, there probably wasn't, it was like 40 dolphins that were jumping up and landing. And I was sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, they don't give a flying F about Biden right now. They're just out there doing their thing. Like they're just having fun. They're just playing. All their attention is on whatever they're doing, having a blast. And I just thought, again, like, here's nature teaching me like to focus on what is important to focus on, and not saying not taking responsibility, not saying not standing up, not saying no if I need to. But that playing was so important, and that just being in the moment and being present, and, you know, being in water, and, you know, the rhythm of, the moon, and, you know, the rhythm of the waves. You know, here we are just sitting there watching these dolphins. I'm like, wow, they they seem to know the answers in some way. And so, but so when someone says something like, Jesus is the only truth, and I'm like, it seems like the dolphins know the truth to me. Like, just being honest, like, it seems like the waves are the truth. It seems like nature is the truth. It seems like the kittens that are just sitting there trying to be alive and you're feeding them are true, and so I get, I don't want to be offended, but I get upset that someone actually thinks that. And I'm not offended. I'm not mad that they think that, but I am like concerned that this narrative that Jesus is the only way, or, I don't know, God is a man, or all these, whatever, there's so many narratives. There's so many narratives.
Can I interrupt, Charnel?
Yes.
I want to say, like, when that happens, right? Because it happens to all of us. We all feel this a lot. When we look at that as an opportunity to rise above it, then in many ways, aren't we doing what we've been told Christ has said? We can do this and more. I don't know exactly what it is.
Like the biggest things, greater things than Jesus. I mean,
right. And so wouldn't just like, okay, a difficult situation, or even somebody who's just being really judgmental and really just like, wouldn't rising above their judgment and criticism that really wasn't ever theirs to begin with, and that they're actually addicted to because they don't have enough of a vision. Wouldn't rising above the frequency of their unconscious consent to being controlled, wouldn't that maybe qualify as right?
That's so deep.
But it's
I stand corrected. I feel like I'm shifting right now. Thank you.
Well, look, the only reason, and again, I wouldn't know anything about any of that except for I've just been in really difficult situations where I had nothing left but to just like totally surrender.
This totally is surrender.
Just be like, okay,
that thread is greater things than these. What?
And you know what? Like when you can't see the invisible energy that is in us and everything, you start to develop the senses too. Meaning, like, if you can't see something that's there, it doesn't mean that it's not there. Exactly. But if you allow yourself to, if you push yourself to the limit of what you think is possible, you grow wings and fly metaphorically. You literally start to activate dormant perceptual abilities that are in all of us, that somebody like these great figures, name whatever, we're probably much more activated beings than many of us are. Now, the beautiful thing is that we are all living in a time when, again, like we were saying, we're all on the front lines. So doesn't matter who you are or what you're doing, like we are attempting to bring the natural laws of the universe, of infinity, into a quote unquote culture or a way of life that is in direct opposition to the greater flow of life itself. So in that way, we're all pioneers because sure, grew up in India or grow up in a monkhood or a priesthood or priestesshood, like, it's a lot easier probably to hold a vibration and to rise above it. But to rise above this while we're being bombarded with Walmart culture,
dude, you just blew my mind.
Well, but we can then.
I gotta add something when you're done.
Oh my God.
This is the growing up. But see, this is why we're coming together though. And this is like, and it's not me.
Right here, straight up. It's not.
We are here to do the best job we can with exemplifying this, with being this ourselves. I mean, that's all you can do, is the best that you can do. But then it's our responsibility to exemplify that for others, because, if we get out of this black and white thinking, then suddenly you realize, wow, I actually want for that person the same thing that I want for the people I love, for my kid, and you begin to feel, you get into your heart, your empathy starts to come back online, because all the energy and stories that are all stuck up here, it disperses. Your heart starts to swell with blood because it's not in your head or with men in their dicks.
Oh my God, I love it.
But it goes in. I'm trying to be funny for Laura.
That's
I
hilarious.
That was a
it's
bad
really
joke.
funny.
Really
And that was
distasteful.
a really weird meme with the monkey dick. Like he thought it was a
Bad joke. That was
Yeah.
my one pastor bad joke.
Like
But the
we have
point
to-
was when we redirect where our energy is. Okay, most of us, all the energy is stuck up here. When
Right.
we willingly choose to disperse that energy, it goes into other parts of our body.
Yeah.
That, just our heart alone, when you let your heart swell up with empathy, like you did with the kittens, like when you do that, then you stop caring so much about what others think, because you realize that they don't even know why they think what they think.
Exactly.
They are simply just a product of something that has created consumers to support a mechanistic system that is totally out of alignment with
Mhm.
universal law. And that's where they're at. And so, and I noticed that I was in that, and Laura knows a lot, like I was around really sick, sociopathic, predatory men. And they were violent and they're vicious, and they're always playing
Well,
these
you were in
games.
prison for like what,
Yes.
2-3 years?
Yeah, for 3 years I was in prison. Exactly. And we're all in prison. That's the whole thing, is we're all in prison. We're all consumers of society, but we're the last to know it. But it is by creating this connection to whatever it is that's allowing us to exist that gets us out of prison. And only we can do that. We do that by loving it. Like water, like, a great analogy is water eroding rock, right? Like water's so soft and it's so feminine, but it erodes rock. It moves mountains. And so to the degree that we are in a flow state, right, using all these new age kind of metaphors, they're not even new age, they're ancient, a lot of them. They're super old,
Not new
ancient
age bullshit
metaphors.
right here. No.
But the more we allow ourselves to just accept everything as it is, trust everybody is perfectly where they're supposed to be, then we feel ourselves leveling up. And then we're no longer in this place where black is black and white is white and this is that. And we're not in this place where we think we know what everything is, because we're feeling things that we know aren't able to be articulated in the way we're addicted to articulating.
Right.
Oh my gosh, can I just
Yes, I'll
bounce
shut
off
up now.
a beautiful transmission that you just brought through. That was really cool. And it's so cool because you guys are like, both of you are like really, really close friends of mine. And here we are on this thing. And what I notice is, okay, astrology. There's this 12 houses, and now there's the 13th sign. As of 2010, the sun started to move through the 13th sign.
That's right.
Which is ruled by the element ether. So ether is very purifying, and it can literally infuse itself into earth, air, fire, water, and begin to cleanse it. So if we want to create change in the world, it's not about like climate change or we're going to externalize everything. It's like, what about like within the individual? Can you access that energy to clear these elementals within yourself?
Yes.
So
Wow.
if there's chemtrails and your mind is being controlled, you're actually feeding that agenda. If your emotional body is so depressed and you're not listening to what that depression is trying to tell you, and you go on some pharmaceutical, you're not allowing yourself to initiate. So what's so interesting about the zodiac is, okay, 12 signs. Now there's a 13th one that I feel brings us into the 0-point unified field. It has to do with the transharmonic gateways that exist in the core sun within the earth. I mean, there's no one definition or truth. And this is what the point of our conversation is. We're going to experience it in different ways. But when this purifying energy comes in, that can help to cleanse the emotions and bring it to crystalline water, or cleanse the fire element and turn anger into passion. Like what like if you're pissed off, maybe you have a mission, you need to answer to it. Or the degradation of the environment with the earth element, like, extinction of animals. And all right, so where are we allowing ourselves to play into the programming of dying, like with the average being between 70 and 90 years old, where there's some people that are like, I'm living way longer. And there's those that haven't incarnated into the physical plane. They're like, oh yeah, we live 1,000 years. So what does that mean when you die? It's like, we never die. So the amount of times we can die in one lifetime and shed the layers, I feel breaks the frequency fences and holds accountable the gatekeepers. And it's just like, I'm not going to do the, whoops. But it's like, so that limit is based in what comes through the media, the politics, the religion, and this and that. And it's just like, I've really such a huge faith for humanity, but it's like, it's so frustrating because it's not about right or wrong or believe in what I have to say. It's like, why can't you believe in yourself? Don't you know you have such greater potential than these narratives? And I feel so sad for, these upcoming generations of children that are coming in with like divine wisdom, their star seeds, and and parents are like, losing their businesses or the mandates, where they can't even support their children, even homeschool them. That this conundrum is like pretty intense, but I do feel that these challenges, and that's why my last presentation was upgrading in the face of adversity. All right, I didn't say that very well. Upgrading in the face of adversity is like looking at all that in the face and saying, you know what? I won't compromise myself. I'm going to let go of all of it. And maybe feel compromised because you're not getting that paycheck, but you can just crash in the wilderness. You can just sleep on the side. Well, that's my life story. It's like, and it worked. I'm like, I refused all this stuff, but I happened to get degrees in wilderness expedition leadership, right? So people were like, Laura's crazy, this and that. Like, well, how did I end up being a part of a 4-year program where I was an expedition leader and I got the highest scores? And I still have it in a briefcase in the garage. It's probably rotting and can't even read it anymore. But it was like, it all had to do with the dynamics of the people and like their disposition. So rattlesnakes would show up, scorpions would show up, and even the 30 below, it's like, okay, your nuts are going to freeze off and probably crack if you hit them. Oh, that was very inappropriate.
No, it's perfect.
But it's like, okay, these adversities, just like, this is what we all have in common, right? We have been in positions of, wow, this could totally take me out. How in the hell am I going to survive this? But you have that shift in perspective. You find your divine center. You find an intention. You find your truth. And in the face of the most unbelievable challenges, even people like Miracle, who I interviewed the other day, who broke his back, like in multiple places, had to, he was like, I'm going to regenerate this. It's like the confidence should be within these initiations and transformational journeys instead of the initiation being, oh, 𝗍𝘅 told me to take a booster shot. It's like, who is this creep?
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. It's think for yourself. Think for yourself. Yeah. Sorry. Keep going.
No. You go.
Well, we got to encourage. See, this is what we're doing now, and just so everybody knows, we'd be having this conversation whether it was public or not.
I know, and we're public.
No, and that's the thing is again, everyone is on their individual journey in perception, and it's all going to be different for everyone. And we all get to, not have to, but get to figure that out. And the thing is, champions are not born in the ring. They're made there.
Yes.
You don't know who you are until you're faced with hard choices to say, like, this is what I'm going to do now because I'm going to say no. But you don't know that you're that strong until you're faced with, I'm going to lose the job, or I'm going to lose the paycheck, or I'm going to lose my family, or whatever, for the sake of truth. And people all over the universe right now are actually saying, this is where the line is, whether it's family. I mean, I know so many people who are saying, I I'm not going to do this. And they're losing their businesses, their
Everything.
husbands, their wives, their children, you know, whatever. They're going to court. I mean, I went to court for 2 years and paid almost $60,000 to stand up to defend me, who is the character of me, for what I believe is true and the essence of who I am right now. And lots of people are doing their version. Every single one of you watching are doing your version, where you are in the face of the things that you are personally facing that we're not facing as the three of us, but you are in your level of really heightened, beautiful discovery of figuring out who you are in the essence of who you are, and these choices that you're having to make in this situation. Or again, I don't like having to, getting to, you get to, you don't have to. No one has to make any decisions. You could just like lay down and just do what everyone says. Or if it goes against what you feel inside, you can actually do greater things than these, like Seth was saying like, this is my version of greater things than these, of doing what is against the grain. And that's what trout do. Trout go against the current. That's why I love trout. Trout are like, they go way up, they swim against everything that's coming this way. And they're like, nope, I'm built a different way. They're physically built a different way to go upstream, and they go have babies up there, and they have a ton of babies. So there are people who are on the planet right now, who are born to be here now, who are going against the stream on purpose, who are the trout, who are going to go upstream and have a ton of freaking babies. And they're going to cause this multiplication of truth in the midst of where everything has been seeded anti-true, which is anti-Christ, which is anti-love, because there is Christ consciousness, who is love and who is true, and then there's anti, which is the seed of against. And so, you know,
all the inversions.
Yes, it's upside down world.
Inverted.
Right. I mean, like everything's inverted. It's like, you know, I have no issue with transhumanism. I have no issue with what color you are. Do what you're going to do. But when you start to push it on our children and don't open a space for them to be able to think clearly, to where you're quiet and you listen to the children and what they feel, it's like, that is a huge assault. And these future generations are like so massively targeted. I would say that's the most devastating part of what we're witnessing. It's like, okay, the people that are adults, it's like, all right, you know, you can't fix stupid, whatever. And I'm not like, I don't like the word stupid. It's like, okay, you're highly intelligent, but they listen to Fauci. Sorry, that was a really creepy face I just made. So anyway, keep going, you guys. And then I got a screen share to share, but go ahead.
All right, I'll say something that'll, because you know I've lost everything, Laura. I went through so many, like you said, the amount of times you can die in a single life is pretty intense. But let's be real, like the way we're living as a species, and I looked it up, I was like, what is human being? Homo sapiens is a primate. And I'm thinking, no, we're not. We're not even close. Primates live in harmony with nature. Look at what we're doing, right? But we have an opportunity to do something that is potentially really beautiful, but we got to hold ourselves accountable. We got to stop placing the blame or the hopes that somebody else is going to save us outside of ourselves. We got to really hold ourselves up, make ourselves up for the task, trust that we are capable of doing such great things, because isn't that what Christ wanted us to do? Right? But the reality is this: we know the way we've been living, this Western post-consumer world, wasn't made to last. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of sense to look around and realize this doesn't make sense. So it's not sustainable. It couldn't keep going. We can't just consume our way to a better life. It's just, it wasn't made to last. So in regard to that, now it's scary because people are losing their jobs, are losing everything. Everything is changing, but this is where if we as individuals really step up to the plate and trust, instead of looking at all these terrible things that are happening as terrible, which, you know, on face value, it's easy to say, oh my God, that's awful. How dare they? Oh, that. No, that's just us engaging in, you know, duality consciousness, victim savior consciousness. What if we don't do that? What if we instead say, all right, what if this is trying to show me something that is buried in the deeper recesses of my own awareness that I'm not aware of, so that I can become aware of it and become more whole? And if we can take that approach to viewing adversity and challenges and be open to the possibility that that might happen, you will find that something like that will happen. I cannot even tell you how many times I've been in terrible situations where I thought for sure the end was there, and it wasn't. It was just the end of an old thing that wasn't healthy, and a new beginning came out of it, because
so
I
good.
loved and trusted, even though it was scary as hell. I still made a choice. I'm like, well, I'm gonna have faith that it's exactly what it needs to be. Yeah.
It's gonna be what it is.
Yeah. Now, I remember so many times where my perspective literally attracted things that just perpetuated the mindset that I had. And then the minute I changed the perspective, the synchronicities were beyond magical. And it was like, we have so much within us to access our creative imagination and our capacity to be free thinkers. And that's why I really love, you know, I mean, I can't even believe it. I have a briefcase of all this, like, you know, Laura is totally equipped to guide people into 30 below to 210 temperature. It's like, feels like a past life. I'm like, and after all that, I didn't expect all the accolades or, you know, validation after, you know, being a failure in high school and having the worst attendance and having shitty grades. It's like, what? I'm actually doing good in something. And it was so huge. And, you know, when the whales and the dolphins would show up, it's like, how is that not God? Like, how is, you know, even when the rattlesnakes and the scorpions showed up, I mean, okay, so real quick, we went on a 12 to 60 mile hike, and there were no instructors with us when we were in Baja California in the San Francisco mountains.
Don't like snakes.
Yeah, and it's like when we got water, it was like basically like a little like pool of like amoebas, and just like really gross. It's like, okay, we'll put, you know, and we'll filter the water, and we're all dehydrated. Our lips are so chapped. It's like, you know, if you were to scrape your lip, your lip might fall up. And anyway, I remember this one time we get back to this campground after doing hairpin turns with like 45, even 60-pound packs. And this woman that she takes off her cap, and the scorpion had been sitting there the whole time. And if she had just patted her head, you know, and it's just that kind of stuff. It's like, and I realized with like the rattlesnakes, and a lot of them, you know, showed up all the time. I felt like, oh my God, like I feel like I'm friends with them. Like I understand them. I'm tuning in with them. I'm only probably a prey to a predator if I don't understand where that predator is coming from.
It's so funny that you would say that, because when I moved to Louisiana, you know, I'm from Montana. That's where you are. That's where I'm from. When I moved to Louisiana, we went to this house. There was a scorpion in the house. And like, I don't know any different. So I'm just like, me and animals. I'm just like, hey, you know, animals, I will not even kill a spider in the house. And I'm just like, you know, cute little whatever you are, and, you know, escorted it out or whatever. And everyone's like, oh my God, you know, could have been killed.
Whatever, yeah.
But I just, to me, it was just like a creature that's just like, okay, whatever. But anyway.
You know what we're talking about now, anybody can try this.
We get here, I don't know, but
well, no, but it's beautiful because you know what, like your vibration, your state of being Okay, you can test it. You can go out and literally, like, I'll do this with bugs. Like up here in Maine, there's a bunch of black
You're in Maine? I didn't even know that. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay, keep going.
So the bugs, you know, are terrible here in the springtime. They just come out and they're all like, you know, but I've noticed when I get into a really coherent state, you know, I'm just super coherent. I'm making a conscious choice to love life while I'm just breathing rhythmically. And, you know, your field changes, your energy field brightens.
100%.
And when I'm in that state, the bugs don't land on me. They
That's
don't.
right.
And it's, you can do this if you're in this. And I've done the same thing with birds of prey. I've gotten in really coherent states of being, and they're like, oh yeah, they wink at you, you know, like that kind of, you get these miraculous things that you could never even imagine that happen, because it's almost like adversity and the universe and nature and everything is trying to get our attention.
Yes.
But we're not giving our attention to it. We're like, you know, like
on our phone.
Yes. Right. When you pay attention, attention pays you.
Oh my God.
Bad analogy, but it makes sense in that. What do we focus on? You know, I have chosen to, you know, and I've focused on things that were really unhealthy for long periods of my life, and they made me really, really sick.
Yeah.
And then, wow, something happened. I was like, I don't want to be sick. I want to be healthy. I want to, like, and it's like, well, what do I need to do to get healthy, to get happy, to get well? And it's like, well, I got to choose to feel well. I choose to feel happy and
make good choices. Yeah, I mean, just this last week, we went to, we live by the water, and we had a fire, and my husband was sitting there, and he kept getting aggravated because we had a fire, and he would move. He's gonna get mad at me because I'm talking about this, but he would move because the smoke would come towards him, and then he would say, you know, whatever, and then he would move again, and 2 seconds later, I mean, I'm just minding my own business, and then like he would be mad again, and he would move again, and I was like, "Are you literally mad at the wind right now?" Because he was like, "Yeah, because the smoke keeps coming everywhere I go." And I said, "Do you understand that whatever you resist, you get more of, and that the smoke is only doing what the wind is doing, and the wind is only doing what your field is like creating, you know?" So again, and no judgment. I mean, I love God. My husband is freaking not.
I think we're all like God crazy, like in a really good way. And, you know, the geoengineering aspect to it, which is to me synonymous. It's like synonymous with mind control. Like we are elemental beings. So if we're under a trance or a social engineering agenda, or mind control, we're actually feeding into the pollution and the compromising of the natural elements. The minute we snap out of it, we begin to experience higher earth energies, I feel.
Yeah. And Kate, when and this is just what I've felt and I've noticed, when you really, really get into coherence, because you can take your own self-wellness and self-development to whatever level you want, right? I've got to say, I was driving down the road with my friend the other day, and I could literally feel how all the systems of my body are connected to star systems around, you know? And it's like, that's what we all have the potential to do, to be connected with. But people would rather focus on artificial technology. It's your choice. I don't.
Right. And the whole AI thing, it's like, if it's artificial intelligence, it's feeding on a subpersonality that is not authentic to the person. Yeah. That makes them vulnerable. You know, the indoctrination, the conditioning, and the social engineering, you know, all that stuff. You know, Project Mockingbird, you know, this mass mind control, psychological operation, psychological terrorism is literally a breeding ground for archons to channel through that individual. If they lose sight of the true organic ascension timeline, which is really manifested through being true to yourself. And doesn't mean it's going to be all light and love and you're going to be levitating and meditating. Well, it's really a good idea, but where are these lessons of all this assault and attack able to bring us out of victim consciousness into more accountability to how we can purify these elementals and emit a frequency that actually clears the waters, the sky, the fire element, and all that stuff. And I hope I didn't interrupt you, but
no, you didn't interrupt. That's like the point we're making here is like, we want to all see the best in each other so that we can do that, so that we can clear up these problems. We don't want to run and hide from the problems. We're on the front line of something that, for all we know, has never happened before. And we're being subjected to a level of invisible frequency, artificial frequency, that our bodies probably aren't really able to adapt to at their current evolutionary pace. And so that leaves really no choice but to metaphorically grow wings and fly, because if you're being bombarded by all this artificial crap 24/7, and your organic body that's been used to being a certain way for a long time is just like, it's hitting it, you have to be able to find it within yourself to generate a frequency that is greater than the artificial frequencies that are beating you up. And we can do that. We are actually made to do that. And when you choose to love greater than your addiction to dwelling in duality or fear, you begin to activate all those dormant perceptual centers that cause you to remember that you are that powerful. And you do rise above it, because all the artificial stuff that's happening on the planet, even though it's a lot and it's intense, there are way bigger forces that are here to support us. We just got to get through the shit that most people are stuck focusing on. Expand your focus, open your focus greater until what's allowing you to focus starts to come into focus. And then you remember like what you are and what you can do.
Oh man, right? And letting go of the stigmas too, right? You know, think about like star seeds or earth, planetary earth seeds. I mean, whatever, like terminology, but where the stigmas are like, oh, you have ADD, or oh, and again, redundantly, I say attention on different dimensions, ADD.
Ooh, I never heard that. I like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if I
Attention
came
on
up with it or I
different
heard it somewhere, but you know, I'm not like a copyright person. Like I'm going to copyright that. No, like there's universal truth, people.
Yeah.
But where this greater dialogue comes into the educational system, where instead of saying ADD or you can't sit still in class or you don't want to go to school, it's like, okay, let's tap into the minds of those that feel this way. What are they thinking and feeling? They deserve a voice instead of a diagnosis of being, autistic or this, that. And I know there's a lot to heal from because of the assaults and weaponry, but I just feel that every single individual has something of value to share.
Express.
There's a structure that shuts down a portion of it to give accolades to another portion of it. I mean, and this is what I've been talking about lately with the zodiac. It's like you could have like a whole bunch of planets, which is called a stellium, in a particular house or sign. And they, clearly have a lot of talents and gifts. But when they scoff at or negate another piece of the pie that somebody might embody or inhabit and express on a certain level, it's like, yeah, that's a cop-out. That's the divide and conquer. We all have codes, frequencies, and elemental energies to remind each other of how to become whole, even if it takes us out of our comfort zone. So the most important thing is that we can decipher between what is mind control versus what is legitimate, like sharing with mutual love and respect, to be able to help one another rebuild our DNA architecture of the 12 strand and beyond Diamond Sun DNA. So anyway, Sharna, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I talked to you today about mind control and the whole Walk the Line movie. I don't know. Do you even want to go there, or I'm just gonna
Right.
like
He's talking about Johnny
rant?
Cash and like all these deceptions where, you know, something will present itself, you know, the fairy tale, or this is a good example of something we should be inspired by, and then feeling really let down, realizing
I'm
that they
so
were
let
using
down.
that.
Oh my God, that's what this whole thing started from. Is I don't watch movies twice. I don't watch movies really at all. But when I did watch this movie, I've watched it multiple times. I don't know why. Maybe it's just my like
Walk the
romantic.
Line? Is that what
Yes.
mm.
Yeah. Right. Have you seen it?
I don't know. I feel like I have. Is it the Johnny Cash movie? Is that what it's
Yes. Right.
about?
And I'm not like a Johnny Cash, like, oh my God, Johnny Cash, but there's something about like Elvis and Johnny and June and Johnny and the love. Maybe it's just the romantic, loving person in me that I was like, I had heard, you know, I'm not even that old to know, like to grow up in that, to see, you know, I don't remember that as a kid, but later remember June and Johnny. Like that was just like, I don't know. So I investigated, I researched, I looked into this whole June and Johnny thing, Johnny and June, and like the letters and the love, and it was inspirational, especially in the middle of a divorce, especially in the middle of like just the trauma and what I had gone through in real life. And it helped me. It was a thing to hang on to. And maybe that was just the only thing, is that it was just like a space holder in that minute. I don't know. But I am so pissed off right now because there's a documentary that came out that actually explained his first wife situation and what she went through. And to be completely frank, what the first wife went through was a lot of what I was actually going through at the time that I was looking at the June and Johnny thing as like inspirational. But I was actually the first wife situation of just like the rejected, like take care of everything and like I'm gonna leave you. And you know, I've not been public with stuff like this, but it was terrible. And it was it is what it is. But also just like, I guess in my life of love and looking to inspiration is like, it's like, okay, in my time of desperation, I would think to myself, well, at least there's like June and Johnny. There's that. And it was like this whole made up in my mind of what I've been told narrative, that there's this like true love scenario of that's available to what anyone can have. And I would point to that as like a leadership situation. And then when I watch the actual situation of the ex-wife and what she went through and the narrative of the truth of what was really happening, which, you know, again, everything's perspective. I saw that and I was like, oh my God, what is true? Because I thought that movie was true. And I thought that the narrative of that movie was true. And I thought that this was all true. And
but you know what, the thing you resonate with is what your truth is. You occupy that in your core. And so even if something reminded you of it and it let you down, it doesn't take away from the fact that you embody it. The reason you had a resonance with maybe the facade part of it doesn't take away from the fact that these things matter to you. I didn't mean to like just jump in, but I mean, you know, it's disappointing, but at the same time, you know, your hurt connected to it, to me reminds me of how much you own it and believe in it. And
I believe in love. I totally
like
believe in love.
You embody it. So even if a fairy tale outside of yourself is like a facade or a joke,
I have it. I live it. I have.
And you're with somebody that you went to high school with, and
I am living my love. I'm living it. I get it. And it's just like, it's actually real. It's not a fantasy. It's real. But, and seeing what this first wife went through, triggering some things, and also to me, the fact that I was sold this narrative of this fake fucking movie that I believed, which they actually even say in the movie, this is based on a true story. Based on, what does that mean? But I'm watching this and I'm like, okay, you know, I don't know why. It's just my own fault to believe that this was true, but to not see the other side, again, is another lesson that there are way more sides to every single thing, and that there isn't just one perspective, that there's mass amounts of way of looking at facets of things. And, you know, just seeing that June may not have been the nicest person ever. And I don't mean because someone said, but because I saw a documentary, like actual footage of like how not nice she was. And of course, people could look at me and go, oh, I saw this one video of you being a total bitch or whatever. It's like, okay, you know, so what? That's me too. So it's all me. I get it. But it was just a letdown. And it was just like, for me, I felt like it was like it was connected to so many other things that I held as true over the years. That was like a domino effect of like, damn, what is true? Like, is anything true? Like, is a single thing that I've ever been told or seen true?
You are the truth. It's you.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt. So keep going.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just disappointing because it was just another level of like, oh my God, this too, like Jesus, God, church, politics, like the whole layer of everything, 9/11, the moon, you know, all these like thoughts in my head of memories that I weren't sure were memories or just like terrible imaginations that were actually turned out to be actually real. And like all these things of just like layers and layers of like, oh my God, like I don't even know what's true anymore. And I still don't. And it's just this whole like sadness about this media, this mockingbird thing of like spinning things to make you buy into this way, to like, let's turn the ship completely this way. So we all think this way, because don't look over here where the real thing is, because you know, this is the way we got to go. And then like, I'm over here in this train when really the real train is like that away on the whole opposite side of the earth, you know? And I just felt duped. And I felt like, God, what is real? Like,
I know, but you've done a really good job of embodying the truth, despite all that. You know, you represent the true story of true love and your intention, you know, and even if that was kind of a bummer and let you down because you were hoping to see that somewhere in
something be true,
can just like an inspiring story.
One thing
I know.
You know, and I'm not saying that, of course, Hollywood, and we're going to do a whole thing on this, but of course, Hollywood is just one giant CIA mockingbird, but also, yeah, I mean, because they need you, whether it's music or, you know, and this is going off of the whole Jesus religion thing we were talking about, but, you know, truth in essence is not just a person, it's a vibration, it's a frequency, it's who we can be and who we already are in our very essence of our DNA. And I just was sad that here I am duped again of like a thing that I thought was true and I'm wrong. And so again, it was humbling to me to be wrong, but also just be like, oh, there we go. Like I could be wrong about everything. Like what else am I wrong about? Like,
let me ask you this.
The fact that you're able to self-reflect on that humble level, it speaks volumes about how amazing you are. So Seth, what's your thoughts?
That's exactly what I was going to say. The fact, so what if, okay, we're creatures of habit, right? We've all heard that people are creatures of habit. What if that has been used against us, which it appears that it has been, right? We're addicted to all these things that aren't really reflecting the potential we feel inside. But what if we have unconsciously been allowing all of that to happen because we're not willing to take responsibility for forming habits that are really life affirming. So playing off of what you just said, and I'm not actually not playing at all. There's no play
Right.
about this, talking about what's real. And this is something that so many people have and are struggling with, is self-esteem issues, self-confidence issues, feeling like you're worthy. And that and I'm not talking like, oh, I feel like I can stand in front of 1,000 people and talk. No, just feeling good enough about your existence so that you can get through the day. So many people don't even feel that. They don't love themselves. They don't love life. They feel terrible. And I can empathize with that because I know what it's like to feel that. However, what I've also noticed is that we are creatures of habit. And I didn't like feeling so depressed and feeling so upset and down on myself. And so I just simply asked, what would be the alternative to habitually dwelling in a state of being that feels like I'm just not evolving or growing or stuck? It would be to intentionally choose to feel love for my own existence and to do it over and over and over. And that's all I did. And eventually I started feeling that love is a habit, because we're taught that we need external things to feel a certain way inside. But the reality is it's a skill that we turn on from the inside out. And we can get really, really, really good at it. Really.
What do you think there's a huge difference between like self-love is in looking in the mirror and being like, oh my God, I have the best hair and I plumped up my lips and I'm like, I love myself because I'm trying to fit into some standard of physicality, versus self-love, which is I appreciate you and the dark night of the soul journeys, and you know, the fact that you might have put on 30 pounds, and like, you know, a self-love and appreciation to the process instead of the physicality.
Well, so what you said, just it's a perfect overlay of the human condition. Everybody is so focused on what they think it means to feel good that they don't know what it is to actually feel good. And what it actually is to feel good is to feel. Like, for everybody listening, like, feel, okay, like, okay, right now you're touching, this is your body. But what happens when you intentionally smile? Right? Like, when you smile, what do you feel right now, Charnel?
Happy. I mean, just.
So what would that be like if you were to make a habit of feeling like that over and over and over? Eventually it would stick, right? We're creatures of habit.
Right.
And people are always asking me, like, why are you always so happy? And I'm like, because I practice being happy. And they're like, what do you mean you practice? And I'm like, they're like, I would never do that. The amount of suffering and pillaging and what the White House and what the Illuminati are doing, they're like, I would never be happy with all that going on. And I said, you know what? That is exactly the reason why I'm choosing to be happy. Because if I don't cultivate this level of self-love within me, then when I look at all the quote unquote terrible things that are happening in the world, I'm going to feel powerless to do anything about them. But when I'm in a state of self-chosen love, meaning that instead of being stuck in a state of stress, which is creating stress hormones flooding my body, I'm choosing to be in a state of self-love, and I'm feeling that pulse through my body, then suddenly I can think more clearly. I can realize self-evident universal truths that are available to every single one of us when we're not stuck in a state of habitual fight or flight that quote unquote they have taught us is normal.
Right.
So I'm choosing to live in a state of love. And that doesn't mean everything's great and it's all like that all the time. It just means that I'm more empowered so that when shit gets real and I have to face some dark nights of the soul, then I have the inner tools to be able to face it with more grace, with more of a knowing that, okay, this too shall pass, more of a knowing that, okay, that's really brutal. It's really awful what I'm experiencing, what's going on. but as a result of having overcome my fear response and my stress response to so many things so many times, I know that I'm witnessing something that maybe isn't even for me to witness so that I can go through some karmic expulsion. Maybe it's because it needs the light of my own consciousness to view it from a perspective that it hasn't been viewed from. And maybe that will create break up the blockage, the dam, removing the dam from the river so that it can flow.
Like, goddamn,
Yeah,
God damn it. It's like, is that really a cuss word? It's like,
any of these words we speak. Hey, okay, on that, I'll just really quick, I'll say this. I was reading, I'm going to read into it more too, because I don't want to just make false claims, which, you know, but English, this language that we're currently speaking right now together, has been developed out of war strategies. Okay, so think about that. And I'll find more and I'll show you the whole thing, but it's called a polyglot, meaning it's a bunch of different languages all put together to make this one language. But it was developed specifically for war strategy. And this is the predominant language that we're all using to communicate with one another. And of course, we know that all these motherfuckers that we're talking about are using this language to create war strategies as we speak. So to me, that's like, okay, I'm going to use this language in a loving way. I'm going to make sure that my tones of expression, to the best of my abilities, when I use to convey whatever with anyone, I'm going to use it with reverence and respect and love, because it's been abused like most of the things in this world. And we all abuse things. Just, we might not intentionally be abusers, but if we are unconscious and we're running on habitual programs that were taught to us by some external forces that we have then adopted as our own, then we're pretty much going around using and abusing and pretending that we're not, right?
Well, it's a mass mind control psychological operation where, okay, there's the condensed versions of it where people have survived being born into these family lines that have trauma-based mind controlled them. And I'm a part of presidential bloodline, which is weird. It's like, okay,
it's awesome. You're bringing healing.
No, it didn't seem to, you know, and I went through all this hypnogression and stuff. But I want to share a slide, but after, you know, you
No, I'm done.
No, well, I didn't mean to jump in there, but we're like, well, then why did you jump in?
Oh my God, I don't.
But, I mean, I just resonate with you guys so much.
I don't think like that.
Can I just do this little share screen?
Please
I
do.
hear what you guys have to say. So, you know, we're talking about religion and the hypocrisy. It's like, why are so many that are caught up in these different religions not noticing the pedophilia, the human trafficking component? And it's like, you know, and there's this sort of condescending vibration, higher up sort of superiority complex that makes it very difficult for people like us who are free thinkers and are sovereign beings. It's like, what, you don't think we don't love Christ? You think just because we have dabbled in astrology or tarot that we're not of the Christ consciousness? It's like, it's all about intention.
Yeah.
So you can have a religion that uses altars and symbolic things that are very ritualistic. But it's like, those of us that are curious enough and sovereign enough to dig a little deeper and seeing the dysfunction that has come about through the moon matrix distortions, the patriarchal agenda that has impacted both the masculine and feminine, you know, that has made a feminist movement without realizing, you know, the pain that the masculine has gone through. It's like, so when I see a movement happening like Black Lives Matter or feminism, it's like, why can't we connect with a much bigger picture? Because everybody's been hurt. Everybody has some form of trauma. Can we appreciate the vastness of that, regardless of your color or your race? I mean, I love the show. It's on, I don't think it's Netflix, but Amazon. It's called The Ghost Within My Child. And these children are telling their parents, okay, this is my last experience like in a past life. And the parents are skeptical and they're looking at the history. And it's like, I don't know, like 3 or more seasons of it. And it's docuseries, right? So real people telling their stories, just like Locked Up Abroad and I Shouldn't Be Alive, which are my favorite shows, because real people telling their stories. They're basically narrating it with a sort of actors, you know, simulate, or I don't like the word in this context, but they're in reference to what the real person has to share. They're, you know, they have actors to, you know, relive it based on the honesty of the person that's talking about it. So I just want to share this share screen, if you guys don't mind, of another perspective. I'm not saying it's right, but just look at this. All right. A quote from the book that says, this is from the Logos, which would be the Christ energy. They say, I came for all, but in truth, I came for her who came for all. For it had come to pass that there were those who had lost their way and, lacking in spark, could not return into the fullness. Seeing this, she came unto them, giving her life to the depths of matter. And in truth, she did suffer and become blind. But our Father, sensing her anguish, sent me forth, being of him, so that she might see and we be as one again. Though they see it not, it is she, the tender mother of mercy, who is the great Redeemer. So the only reason I'm sharing it is because there's so many like Bible thumpers, or everybody's like, Christ is the way. What about our mother? So any thoughts you guys want to share about that?
Yeah, I mean, for anybody paying attention, I mean, isn't it obvious that we as a species are so out of alignment and so out of tune with the feminine principles of this planet, of our own existence, and that the expressions, if you will, that most of us display are all based upon this patriarchal indoctrination that is a toxic version of these polarities of divinity, of a masculinity or femininity. They're not true, deep, they're not holistic expressions of what those polarities have the potential to be. So I mean, it doesn't even take very much to realize that.
It's like when common sense is like, you know what's funny? A person with common sense is like, oh my God, you're a hero. It's like basic common sense literally is the hero.
It seems like it.
But at the same time, it's like, this is not like a far stretch. It's like the Christ consciousness to me isn't like, oh, this is some extraordinary manifestation of somebody that could produce miracles and walk on water and turn bread into wine. Well, I just
Water to wine, yes.
So yeah, Sharna, what are your thoughts? It's like, I mean, I've experienced a lot of miracles in my life, and it didn't come through rituals or black magic or this and that. It had to do with my frequency and my ability to connect into something. And I can't say that I'm able to do what I was formerly able to do, but I remember when I lived on the road and I was living out of a vehicle, and I'd already done all the wilderness stuff. So it was more comfortable for me to just, you know, stay, you know, really connected with that. And then my mom's like, why can't you take a course in being able to function in society? I'm like, but I remember just being like, when I shifted my perspective, miracles came about. And Charnel and both of you, which you guys have a lot in common, have really mapped out the miracle frequency. So before we go, which I don't want to go, but I accept the fact that, yeah, we can't talk for like ever together, but you know, like,
yeah,
so your understanding of the miracle frequency.
So the Book of Thomas is one of the hidden books, goes into the whole quantum physics of everything, of like, of course they don't want you to know how we can actually do all the things. I got hiccups, but I don't know. The whole thing is when we could see ourselves in the end, and actually see the picture of the end result and have the feelings that go with that, that is the creative power that is literally making things. And I know for me, coming from a biblical perspective or background, I guess you could say, I don't know Seth's background, but when what I was told and what I believed and what was my belief system at the time is that God was a man. And then when I started looking into all the real scriptures, it said when the word God came or was presented, it said he, she, it, they, them, they, he, she, they, them, it, whatever. And I was like, wait, what? And I was like, oh my goodness, like that is very broad. It wasn't masculine. And so that was like and over and over and over, I went and I'm like, what about here? What about here? What about here? What about here? And everywhere it was not non-gender. And I was like, oh, dude, that's just another narrative of what I thought was the thing. And it actually wasn't the thing. And I'm like, okay, well, what else isn't the thing that I was taught that I thought was true because someone told me versus what I actually looked up and studied and found out was true or not true. So there's all that, but also the Book of Thomas talks about quantum physics. And when we put our feelings to the end result and we express that feeling of like, now that I have this, or now that I am already in this situation and I have the feeling of what it feels like to be in that situation and how I can create that, that's what we actually create. Oh my God, I have no idea why I have the hiccups, but this is our creative power. And this was what was hidden and what the Vatican hides and what they don't want us to know, because our creative power is so big and that our DNA is so big that we actually can manifest and make this whole world as an individual and as a collective a whole different thing than what it actually really is.
Yes. And that's the point. That's the whole point of all of this is we are the Alpha and the Omega. We are the beginning and the end. We are that which is infinite, endless, and cyclical. And we are here now with that. We have 98% junk DNA or whatever, some junk DNA. In nature, there's a universal law. Use it or lose it. A species that evolves without using certain aspects of its DNA, it evolves out of them. Why doesn't this junk DNA evolve out of us? It's because this innate intelligence that's allowing us to exist is just waiting for us. It's like, all right, I'm going to let you guys keep it. It's there. It's waiting for us to wake up and realize what it is we truly are so that we can then activate it with integrity, with the knowingness of what it is that's allowing us to activate it in the first place. Period. It's what's here. And then we experience limited emotions, anger, fear, frustration, hopelessness. We make peace with them and we start to feel the opposite and upper octaves and frequencies of those lower emotions. And there aren't words for them. You can feel things that are exponential, that never end. How do you put a word to that? It's a state of being. It's something you can feel. That's why I don't care what anybody thinks of me. That's why I love them unconditionally. I do all kinds of things that most people would be like, I would never do that, because it's not what it's about. I love greater than I fear. And I do my best to...
You love greater than you fear. That's the shirt right there. I mean, not like I'm into like, let's create a t-shirt, but that'd be a good one.
But that's because that's what I was taught. So, I wasn't born knowing how to do that. I learned how to do that because life taught me.
But nobody could take that away from you is the thing, because it did something to your life that has allowed you to be the
experience
you are today. Yeah.
That's what
They
goes back
can't take it
to
away from any of us.
So, I mean, like, okay, so
not born in the ring, made in the ring. So what experience you had actually created you to be able to have the ability to make choices, to get you out of that situation, to know how strong you were in the whole time. I mean, we're all strong, but we don't know how strong we are until we're faced with the situations that we're given the opportunity to realize how strong we are in the first place. We are all strong. We are all greater. We're greater than Jesus. I mean, oh my God, to be greater than Jesus.
Jesus even said that you guys will be able to do more than I was able to do. Or, I mean,
that's huge, to be greater than Jesus. The guy with the
mother, like he served the mother. He served the mother, and then so fine, you know, the divine feminine energy has been incarnating, and maybe Jesus is like, oh my God, like rolling his eyes, like what? But no, we are the 𝗍𝗄𝗏. We have that divine template. So, in the face of all these kind of comments that we experience, what do you say to these people that push the Jesus narrative? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
You just got to not take the bait.
Oh my God, thank you.
Just don't take the bait. And again, don't think it's about you. They're doing it because they don't know. It's just, they're doing it in their mind. They think they know.
It's a job to them. It's their program. It's like, if I don't do this,
like you said,
I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do.
Exactly. So while they're doing what they've been told they're supposed to do, you have an opportunity to practice doing what they think being what their belief systems are telling them to do. And you actually have the opportunity to, rise above
of this entire conversation, which probably should have been wrapped up an hour ago, but I'm just saying you did it. And that's the thing, is like, don't be triggered.
Yes.
Darnell.
Love greater than, and again, this is why this is why we're having this conversation. And this is why we exist in each other's life. I only have a few like really, really close friends. And that's by choice. I have a ton of friends. I have a ton of friends, but I only have a few really close friends because I'm making sure that they're going to reflect back to me what I'm choosing to feel the most of. And if they're not, then they let me check them. They let me call on them. And same way to me, like if I'm messing up, check me. That's, to be totally honest and authentic. And so if we are not here to bring out the best in each other and encourage each other to be the best version of ourselves, then are we any better than quote unquote Satan?
Oh God, don't go.
Oh, I know. The whole Satan thing to me is just inversions. It's like anytime there is going to be a huge breakthrough, whether on a personal level or on a collective level, it's always going to be some sort of psychological operation or some sort of attack. And in the face of that, are you choosing what you know is truth?
Yeah.
Are you just going to like dip into fear and just be like, oh, I've been thrown into my survival chakra. So therefore, something outside of me is going to dictate. The big shock to me is that people like literally think the governments have a clue. And how did they not get the 9/11,
or any of it? George Bush stole the election in front of everybody.
We heard a Project Paperclip, but like, what's that? I'm like,
dude, don't get me started. I was 4 and 5 years old in Montauk. I get it. Like, I understand. Like,
that's huge, honey. Oh God, I can't believe I called you honey. But
no, that's sweet. Huge. See, we should be like
Montauk stuff.
No, and I totally get like that people think they know what they're telling me. Literally, someone told me today, this is the book that you need. This is what you're going through. And I'm like, you do not know what I'm going through because you're not me. And you haven't called me, even though I've asked you to talk to me 2 times to have a conversation, to even understand the existence of what I'm going through, to understand what I'm going through. And I'm not saying that you have to, but I'm just saying you have the opportunity to know, but you don't but you're just going to label the situation to what this is what you're going through without even knowing what I'm going through. So you don't know what I'm going through. Don't say you know. And I won't say I know what you're going through. Like, everyone needs to just be where they're at and understand that we're all going through different things with different perspectives. We're all having this different awakening of understanding in processes that we're going through, and it's okay. And I'm okay with whatever way that you're going through it. Like, I'm fine with that, but don't tell me what I'm going through. Don't say that this is what you need, because you don't know what I need, because you haven't experienced what I've experienced. And I haven't experienced what you have. And that's totally fine. I've not went to jail like Seth has. I've not been to prison. I've not seen the extent of what he has. I'm not going to pretend to understand that. I just won't, because it
makes you the most awesome person to talk to, because you have the most balanced and clear and most beautiful perspective. That
no, and I won't pretend to know that Laura, who's had the pressure of politics and legacy and cookie cutter or whatever and expectation, and when she is the authenticity, the individual person of who she is, in this brink of not only carrying a legacy, but also being her in the center of all of the legacy, of just being authenticity in that, that whole thing. And we all have that. Everyone has their version.
Oh, you're so sweet to shine light on that. Thank you.
No, I mean, but you are coming through to bridge the gap of this thing that's happened and also the thing that didn't happen, and to bring light to, and also to bring truth to, and to bring justice to, because there were so many things that were misunderstood about the legacy of your background and who you came from, but also like you're living on the legacy of being everything that you can be in the middle of that. And
I mean, like, kind of a walk-in. It's like, all right, this is my family, whatever. But
we're all there. We're all there. We all have it. Everyone has
like
their version. It's where we are. And you know what? If we didn't watch TV, which I didn't for a long, long time, and then I started watching Yellowstone, and I seen all the commercials, and I was like, oh my God, is this what the commercials are? For real? This is what everyone's getting bombarded with like all day long, because I happen to watch this one thing that I'm watching, and I'm seeing what actually everyone else has been seeing this whole time. And I'm like, oh my God, that's gotta be hard. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's to be sovereign in the sense of who we can be in the middle of all the bombardment of food, even water, air. I don't even want to say the thing with that. The news,
you're right. You're calling it out.
TV, all the things that are completely like trying to take over, celebrities, movies, music, all the things that completely are trying to actually make and create a whole new scenario that is absolutely false, to get you into the illusion of what they want you to think is true, when the truth is right here the whole time. Direct TV, what I've been saying the whole time, of sitting in front of a fire on the water with an eagle coming down, eating a fish, dolphins, whatever the thing is like, that's true. What's true is true. What's true is nature. What's true is love. What's true is the essence of following your bliss in the middle of what your bliss is, and being you in the middle of, no matter what anyone says, and no matter what freaking force mandates, or you can't have this job if you don't do this thing. And
yeah.
Oh my gosh, Sharon. You always crack me open, and it's like happy cheers, and it's like, we're mourning a lot of, understanding that our friends and family have bought into these distortions, and it's like such a heavy time right now.
Yeah.
You just really nailed it with what you just said.
You did. And just what you did again too, like it's okay for men especially, cry, get it out of you, feel it, because there is
There's
a
a major projection on men that you can't do that. Sorry, keep going.
No, it's time to feel. It's time to feel, but with a deep seed of knowing that we have the ability to feel through the intensity of the things that we don't want to feel, to the degree that something much greater is going to be there on the other side, waiting to show us what we really are. Like you said, champions are not born, they're made. And it's like a sculpture. With each chip of that rock, the vision of what the artist has in mind for their own life starts to come into being. We are the sculptors of our own life, but we can only do it with divine assistance. That's it. But are we doing it? Because what I'm seeing is that most people are not doing it. They're just doing what they're told to do. Here, let's wait. I'm going off track here.
No, you're not going off track. Keep going. It's fucking
Well, I feel
awesome.
like she's just like really feeling it. And there's a part of me, like I'm not saying I want to just start crying for everybody. I would if it started happening, but
mad about freaking Australia.
Yeah.
And like all these
Right?
like starter kind of
the fact that we feel this and we're crying and we're mourning, that's a good sign, because we care. We're gonna do something about this.
We're purging it. We're doing it. And it is by witnessing these things while we're creating an elevated state of being through it that we're able to generate solutions for it. We might not know what those solutions are off the top of our head, but they are there and they're available to us.
Yep.
So Charno, speak on that, because you were going to say something.
No, I mean, I just think that you don't know what or who you are until you're faced with the opportunity of figuring out like what you're really made of to make the decisions and the hard choices. Like as a doctor, I know many physicians, and as a military brat, I actually know a lot of people in the military right now who are leaving their 15, 19-year career almost at the 20-year mark of actually being able to quit and retire, whether it's in medical or in military, which happens to be two places that I've got a background in, and they're leaving all of it in the face of making a choice that they feel is true for them in this season of who they are and their essence of who they are, because this isn't right for them to bow down to something that's AI or forced or not, the opposite of freedom and everything that America and or the world as a humanity is supposed to be about. And so it's like, I've talked to vets who are like, literally their wives are leaving them and they're on the brink of like 20 weeks from retirement. And they're like, you know what, I will give it up because I'm not going to get this thing that's AI and or bioweapon or whatever the situation is. And this is not the topic of religion or Jesus or anything that we started out with. But again, it goes back to being in the essence of truth, who is God, who's in our DNA, and in the experience of what we are in now, of being into like realizing who we are in now of this season of who we are. And you don't know who you are sometimes until you're faced with these choices that you're like, okay, now here's a choice, left or right. And you can make the choice left or right. And then you know how strong you are because you make the choice either way. And you either make the choice that maybe not the popular choice, or is the popular choice? And I'm not saying that the popular choice is weak. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it's about what's being true and the frequency of truth for you in this essence of who you are in this time in the season now, or going with what you have to do because it's like the thing you got to do. And if it goes against what is in here of, you know, I don't know, we all know, and Seth talked about this, is like there's 1,500 chemical responses that happen when you're not living in truth. They saturate your cells, they make you sick, they make you fat, they make you not be able to metabolize, they, you know,
I hope I didn't really fuck up because I've gained like 30 pounds. I'm like, check out my chipmunk cheeks. Sorry.
Yes, I mean, lying is terrible. Lying, being in the lying spirit, if you want to call it spirit, like living a lie actually will cause you to be sick. It will cause you to be fat. It will cause you to gray your hair. There are all these things that happen.
The physical body's not going to respond well to anything that's not in the truth frequency. So I was joking about, like, you know, I put on all this weight, whatever. I will survive the cold season.
So have I.
My body has to eat itself. I have plenty of fat, like arm fat. Like, anyway, keep going. Sorry.
No, I mean, but it's true. We marinate in the choices of lies. And then also on the opposite spectrum of when we are in truth and we make true decisions and choices, I should say, then there is like this like supersonic superhero strength that comes with integrity, integrated. The word integrity comes from integration. It is mind, body, spirit of living true and making choices, thinking choices, feeling choices, believing choices, being in choices, like all the whole thing of the emotional, physical, mental, of being in the truth of who you are and what you are supposed to do for you, which may be different from me, but for you in that minute of being alive in your truth, then you have chemicals that saturate your cells to make you supersonic, to make you above, you know, like the chick who can pick up the car that's burning with the baby underneath, where you're like, oh my God, I can pick that car up. And you just can, because that's what's true to you in that minute. And, you know, we can either live in that or we don't.
Well, that's huge. I mean, like in every moment we have a choice, and the frequency of our perception is co-creating the way we handle situations. And all these psychological operations are like really hoping to MK Ultra the masses to the point where how they respond to adversity is somebody else answering for them. And giving one's power away. And man, you just nailed it, Charnel. Thanks for sharing that. What are your thoughts, Seth?
I can't even think right now. I feel like I'm just so
like we're just like, I gotta process all the amazing shit Charnel just shared. But anyway, handing it over to you. Thank you, Charnel.
You just said it, really. We have the choice. And what is the choice? It's that simple. Do we love or do we fear? And it's not black or white, right? It's not black or it's gray. It's a spectrum of it all. But to the degree that we recognize we have a choice and we consistently, habitually make a consistent effort to get better and better at sustaining the choice that we are choosing to align ourselves with, the more we're going to see results both within our being and around our being that support the realization, the conscious realization that our efforts are fruitful. Meaning, if you're going to be working so much to keep yourself in a state of heart-brain coherence where you're aligned and sustaining it, you should be able to see some kind of evidence or feel some kind of evidence or here, you should have something happen that will remind you and give you like a thumbs up, like, yep, you're doing it.
Exactly.
And it does. It does. And if I could impart anything on anybody tonight, it is that, you know, I went through extreme drug addiction, you know, like as addicted to heroin, cocaine, crack, crystal meth as an addict can be. I've lost so many of my closest and dearest friends to this stuff. This is 22 years ago, so it's not anytime soon, but I know what it's
Look
like.
at where you are. Sorry,
Yeah,
keep going.
I know. Well, but that's the thing. Like, I went into that because I had to experience the contrast of what it's like of human suffering, to know what it takes to overcome it. And you know what? Like, having been recovered for that long and been able to analyze it over that period of time, it's become clear to me, whether I'm right or wrong makes no difference. We are addicted to, okay, addictions aren't just behaviors and actions and substances. We are addicted to believing that we are our human identity. That is the root cause of all addictions. When you are so addicted to believing that all you are is a person, Seth, separated in time, here where I am, alone from everybody. Oh, I'm a victim. You reinforce that directly to God within. That's why I said to not bring your best to the table, or to think that you need a middleman or a middle woman or a middle anything between you and the source of energy that's causing your heart to beat, is in many ways like going like that to the divine aspect of your being. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is it like, it's what it feels like to me, you know, for me to say, or it's a lack of self-esteem. I'm not good enough to harmonize my awareness of who I think I am with the energy that's allowing me to exist in the first place. And that's causing a harmonization inside of my own body that is so complex and awe-inspiring that no amount of human perception, according to institutionalized thought, can even come close to making sense of what's happening in our body right now. And we think we know something. The systems and institutions that we are a part of and living in, we think that it knows what's best for us.
How in the effing fuckity fuck would they know what's best for us? We know what's best for us. It's like life is the greatest guru. Life experience. It's like you fall down, you get back up again. You know, we might go through a life-death experience, and it's not being filtered through a church, through an ideology or a dogma. I mean, when you're faced with it, that stuff is not really there to help. They might think they are, but it's like, what?
Well, and here you just brought up some great points too, because the reality is this, and for everybody listening, when you go into the current medical system, they make you feel like they know your body better than you do.
Like
don't take the bait. Don't
You're
take the bait.
like 2 seconds.
Same thing with the government. Okay, the governing, yes.
I'm sorry,
governing forces make you think that they know what's better for you. Trust in our authoritarianism. This can be said about any system, almost exact. Journalism, you know, the environmental model.
Every power structure that exists.
Yes. They want to make you feel like you aren't good enough to know yourself.
No, don't even.
And most people go for it. That's the crazy thing about it, is most people are like, okay, you're right. I don't know my own body. I trust your opinion of my body.
They give you pharmaceuticals if you're going through a transformational experience. They're like, oh, you're depressed, you need to go on pharmaceutical. It's like, no, I'm going through initiation. I'm listening to my depression. And you know what it's telling me? that I'm going to step up to the plate and do something about the things I'm sad about.
Yes.
That I'm not relying on somebody to tell me I'm fucked up for having a fucking appropriate reaction to the bullshit. Okay, so I just dropped
that's exactly it.
Word, but
people don't realize they're giving their power to all of these entities
away.
Yes.
No,
exactly.
I mean, I just went to a person. I was doing NAD, and I went to. You're supposed to do NAD 7 days in a row. I didn't know
what
that.
Is it
yet.
NAD?
NAD. It's a IV system that like helps you at the
ozone.
Well, what does it stand for? Like acronym wise?
Oh God, it's the long shit fucking word, but I will text it to you. But
yeah.
It works. It's an antioxidant at the cellular level, and you can do IVs with it, just like glutathione or pretty much anything.
Yeah.
And it's just another new trendy kind of cool thing to help with whatever your situation is. And the older you get, the less your body actually creates it, and so you can get synthetic. And anyway, that doesn't matter. But when I went to go talk to someone about it, what I found out is you need to do 7 to 10 days of it in a row to actually really get to the depletion of what was less than what you are as someone my age anyway. I don't know about someone 20, but I'm 51, right? So they were saying like, oh yeah, you need to do like 7 to 10 days in a row. You got to build up to it, and once you get to that point, anyway, it doesn't matter. But so this clinic that I went to worked Monday through Friday, but it didn't work weekends. So if you didn't do the weekend, you wouldn't do that 7-day period in a row of what you're saying, what they were saying that you needed to do in a row to actually get to the depletion, to make you get to that point where it's like getting to a starting point. And they were saying if you only did like 4 days or 5 days and then you took a break, then you had to start completely over, because it was like starting over.
Yeah.
So anyway, I found this clinic that would do like 5 days Monday through Friday, but it didn't do the weekend. And I didn't find out that you need to do 7 to 10 days in a row
to reach a saturation point or something.
Yeah, a saturation point. Perfect. So I did the 5 days in a row. And then that's when I really did the research of finding out, oh my God, you need 7 to 10 days. And she was closed. So I found another place that worked on the weekend, so I can keep going up to that point, to keep going up to that threshold. And I went in there to fill the gaps until I could come back until Monday. When I came back on Monday, she said, okay, well, you're at so-and-so day. And I'm like, actually, I'm at this day because I went Saturday and Sunday. And she's like, wait, what? You went somewhere else? I was like, yeah, because I read that physically, if you miss these times and it's not all in a row to build up to that point, then you have to physically start over because there's a gap and it doesn't hit the threshold. And she was like, wait, you're my patient and you're under my care. And I didn't say you could go to that person. And I was like, wait a minute. I am my effing patient.
Yeah.
And you're impatient with your bullshit.
I'm a freaking doctor. I'm not trying to be like higher or less.
Right. Hierarchy thinking.
But they think that way is the thing.
And I am, and even if I wasn't a doctor, the average person should be able to say like, no, I'm in charge of me and I decide what goes on in my body and who puts what in my body and what is going on in my body. And like, you are not in charge of me. And I was so pissed off about her, just this whole like opinion of like owning me.
Yes.
Because she had 5 days of me doing IVs. And I was just like, no, wait, you don't own me. Guess what? I own me. I'm still owning me. You had me for 5 days, but that doesn't mean you own me. I am in charge of me. So guess what? No. And I get the whole liability and all that. And I was taking that in consideration and saying like, okay, I understand that someone may not do it the way you do. And I'm 100% honoring of that. And also as a physician, I honor you, but also you're not in charge of me. I have researched this. I have looked into this. I have understood that if I don't go into this gap of Saturday, Sunday in this position exactly, that I'm starting over with my $500 in IV, and everything I've done so far means nothing because it's not been all in a row. And but that was just another, again, example of perception of who owns me and my ideas and what's perceivingly good for me and what I need in my time of what I needed. It's like, and who governs me and who, it's like, no, you, everyone watching, you are in charge of you. You only know, everyone who's watching, only you know.
That's the awakening.
Only you know what you need and what exact time you need it and how you need it and why you need it and what all the forces of everything that you've grown up to that are different from me and Laura and Seth that I've never experienced, that only you can get to that point of understanding why you do things you do and what the way you do it and how you experience it. It's like we're all going to have this different perception, different understanding, different response, different way of doing things, and it should be that way on purpose because we're all diverse and we're all living this experience, a very, very different way of doing things. And it's not bad or wrong or good or popular or unpopular. It's just what it is. And
keep going.
No, I mean, go.
Okay, well, I mean, what's unpopular is that we're sovereign, that we're figuring it out within ourselves. I remember, like, I never went to doctors growing up. I would always heal myself. And there were stuff or things that showed up, and I would just go on that sort of dark night of the soul journey. And it wasn't just like fully dark. It was like, oh, here's my wisdom. Here's my answers. Here's my understanding of like a trauma or a block or a belief system that was placed in me that I can just clear. And I knew that. So one of the recent breakups, yeah, well, that led to a breakthrough. It was a breakup. It was a gnarly breakup. And I know we've all gone through it. The thing that makes me sick most is not, propaganda. And maybe it's because I'm a mega Libra Scorpio. When there's a breakup and you invest your heart and soul and that person's just a douchebag schmuck farm, it's like, so I got really sick the last breakup. And it was the first time that I went to hospitals to the degree that I went to hospitals. I actually, before the 𝗂𝗶𝗏𝗆𝗀 scamdemic stuff, I actually had pulmonary embolisms. I was really sick. I was still, raising my twin boys. And, but when the doctors talked to me, I'd be like educating them about herbs and supplements and this and that. I'm like, I'm just dealing with an emergency situation. I know what to do. And like, I don't even know why I'm here. Like, I felt like I had to check into the ER. And even when I called an ambulance, right? And I'm like, you guys want to be friends on Facebook? They're like so cool. And they're like, you're fine. You're fine. But the panic attacks of like that level of, I wouldn't say betrayal, but like mind fuckery when you enter a somewhat sacred agreement, like that is, for me personally, the most insulting thing that I've ever dealt with. And all forgiveness, it's not about, judgment of it. It's just the way it is. But I remember like sitting with the doctors and they're like, all right, we're going to put you through this thing and we're just going to like feed your veins with this blue thing so we can. And I'm like, all right, I don't even know why I showed up at the ER, but I'm like, but I would explain things to them that they didn't even know. And I'm like, wow, I feel like I have a little bit more intelligence about some of this than they do, but that, that sounds obnoxious. And
well, look at, so they've been trained,
survive and live, but
look, most people in the way the institution works and the way people live in society, most of them are just acting out old wounding patterns that happened to them in youth, and they've never broken out of those cycles. So they take this unresolved trauma or wounding or addiction to certain behavioral patterns, and they bring it into their profession. So when you have people with doctors or nurses or lawyers, or those are before, when you have people who like really have their lawyer doesn't have your finger on the their finger on the pulse of your health. But when you are around people that have that level of, you know, power over you, and they're dealing with unresolved trauma issues from when they were kids.
Oh my God.
That's what was so huge, because you know, like I would have panic attacks that were like mimicking a stroke, and I did have like a pulmonary, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
The breakup, it wasn't so much about the person, it was about what it did to my kids and this whole dynamic. And I realized that in the face of those that are going to give you the cure or help you out, that I was curing myself, and I would share things with them and they didn't want anything to do with it. I'm like, well, you know, I'm sovereign and I'm figuring this out. The only reason I went to the ER, because, you know, but then I was like, you know, does any of the ER people want to be a Facebook friend? We keep up with each other. No. But it was just so weird to be in that situation. And I knew I was getting more compromised, but sort of like sometimes we have to check off on our list experiencing certain things, like, you know, like your story, going to prison, right? And your story, Charnel, of, you know, the harder things that you've gone through. It's like sometimes we sign up for it to really see the fuckery in it all, and to claim our sovereignty in the face of it. And it was just so surreal to be hospitalized for that long. And it wasn't because I was sick. It was because, well, obviously I was, you know, sick, but I mean, it was my emotional body. It was, and then it transferred into my physical body. And then I traced it back to the sort of non-physical areas, and I was able to look at it. I healed myself. You know, they might have, you know, gave me an IV. No, they'd probably saved my life. So all respect. And then they put me on Medicaid, and I didn't have to pay those huge bills, but all these people are calling me. But it was so weird to feel that vulnerable when I refused to go to doctors my whole life. And I wanted to have midwives and birth my twins at home, but every midwife that I talked to, they were like, oh, no, we don't do multiple kids. No, that's too high risk. So I had my kids at the hospital, and I knew that there was something nefarious going on. But yeah, my last breakup before I met Kevin, I wouldn't say he saved my life, but he inspired me to want to continue to live. Because, you know, I don't need to be saved, but I literally like threw the towel in, and I wrote a letter to my family, and I was just like, I'm sorry, I'm fucking done. But anyway, too much of my weird stories. What
are you kidding me? All right. No.
But it was just so weird being in the hospital and just telling them, like, I knew more about what could heal me than they did.
Yeah.
And so everything that they prescribed me or told me I needed to do, I was like, that's great. You know, I'm figuring this out. And I went my own direction. And here I am. I'm still alive. Or I'm just a crazy ghost. Maybe I'm dead.
You're super vibrant looking. You look really alive.
Well, that's cool. But anyway, you guys' thoughts. I know we got to, you know, close the conversation. Thanks for letting me. It was just very surreal to deal with the hospital realms.
Yeah.
Which is not my thing. So, but
I think the bottom line is that we're all on our actual individual, very customized experience. And I can't say what Seth went through. I can't say what Laura went through. I can't say what any of you watching have went through. I can't say this is what you should have done. This is what I would have done. This is what is the best way to do it. You know, there's no cookie cutter answer for anyone individually, because we all have our perceptions of our backstories and our narratives and our ideas of and perceptions of what truth is and how we would have done things and or whatever. And it's like, again, I hate to say, to quote Elvis, but it sounds like cliche, but if you know, he would always say like, walk a mile in my shoes and then like we'll talk about it. And I hate to say it, but it's for real. And
that's a good Elvis quote.
Right. And I mean, I love Elvis, and I'm not trying to like say that Elvis Jesus or anything else, but we all have our life, and we're all going through this whole perspective of what life is to us as individuals. And I can't compare. We shouldn't compare with other people because there's no comparison when with not just the DNA, but the upbringing, the just the, like Seth has talked about. I mean, we are bombarded with different ways of thinking in that upbringing that we're brought up in, whether it's like, video games or movies or just actual household situations, and everything's so completely foreign, different. And but that's what life is. It's an experience, and we are not necessarily knowing who we are until we're faced with the choices that we're given, and given that ability to choose what's true for us in those situations. And when we choose those things, then we know and have confidence in the strength that's really been there the whole time, or hasn't, depending on the situation. And that's what really shows us, like, oh my God, look how strong we are, or look how amazing we are, or look how weak we are, or whatever the situation is. And we have the choices, we have the abilities, we can be the superheroes, we can be the greater things than these that Jesus talks about, when we're given those choices to say like, okay, well, here's the fork in the road, what are you going to do? And then we get to make the choices, life or death. And right now in this season, I mean, I'm just saying, for me, who has went through atrocities in Montauk, serious trauma, just like Seth has had his version, Laura's had her version, we've all had our versions of like really terrible situations. And now we're in this situation of where we are now in this world, at this season, at this time that we were born into. We were born for now. So what are we going to do? Yeah. Are we going to live in truth? Are we going to live in love? Are we going to be people of justice and standing up for ourselves and for humanity? Or are we going to cave into like what someone told us to do this thing, or to take this thing, or to believe this thing, or to watch this movie and be like, oh yeah, that's the truth? Or like maybe look back and go, maybe it's not the truth, or maybe there's more to it, or maybe there's a tiny bit like of a side version of expansion, of just having that the cat ability to see beyond what's been given, this narrow road version versus the expanded version of like more sides to the story. That's all. My cat is hilarious, but she's so funny.
She's so cool. Every time you do an interview, she shows up. It's so
I have so many cats. I have 6 cats that are super cool.
I have 2 cats, 2 dogs, like 50 chickens, 2 goats.
Pigs. Now you have everything. You have all the animals that we want.
Oh, well, I mean, they're all hold receptors to what already exists within us. We don't have to, even like true love, for people that are single, that might feel like, I'm not fulfilled. I don't have my love, I'm seeking this and seeking that. It all exists within. And I am not one of those people that do well with being single. And it's like, oh my God, how disempowered does that sound? Disempowered, disaster. But, in the face of these adversities, I feel it's the greatest opportunity to upgrade. Like in the face
oh my God, that's it. Upgrade.
Down, are you able to access something that actually lifts you up and reminds you of who you truly are?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I have that figured out, but I know that is the crux of accepting our, situations. So like with you, Seth, and all of us, when we were in those most adverse situations, and like you, being in prison, and
oh my God, you have had like a story of all stories.
Sovereignty.
Not just mental, physical. You have went through the physical, Seth. Like you've literally lived a physical, not just to like, I wonder what it would be like if this happened. You lived it. Like, how do you, the strength of living in a situation where you're literally in a real life situation where you have to like mentally imagine out of that. How do you, there must be a lot of practice for you.
It wasn't there at first, honestly. What was there was a lot of fear, a lot of like a lot of denial of like, this isn't happening. This isn't really happening because it's so overwhelming, but it is in being pushed to the edge of oneself that one has the ability to discover aspects of their own being that maybe you kind of knew they were there deep down, but you certainly weren't tapping into them and using them. And for me, that's what it did. It just brought me right to the edge where I had no choice but to grow wings and fly. And once you do that once, you realize you can keep doing it again and again and again. And then eventually you were like, whoa, I can get really good at this. What else can I get good at? Let's see.
Right.
How many stars are in the sky? That's how good you can get at whatever.
Freedom and being confined. What other people would call, you were enslaved, you were wrongly. Your charges are like nothing now because medical marijuana.
Yeah.
When you were in the most compromised place, you found your sovereignty and a sense of inner freedom.
I'm actually really curious though. So you're in this situation where other people are confined. Are you trying to help other people be free, or are you just like focused on yourself, or is it just so overwhelming that you're in your own space of, I don't know, because I've actually used this exact analogy. I'm like, okay, well, here we are. And there are people who find peace in the midst of jail or prison or whatever that could possibly be where we're at. Because look at Australia and doctors who are being offed. I hate to say it. Multiple NDs. I think like 33 NDs have been offed in a certain period of time or whatever. And it's like, here am I? I'm an ND. I'm trying to speak the truth. We're doing the things that are freedom. And it's scary, to be honest, but also you lived within the confines of like whatever. And then you hear of like Gandhi and whoever who were like starving, but also in their truth in the midst of it. And there has to be a freedom in being true in the midst of no matter what is around you and the external circumstances and sensories. And how is that when you're looking at other people who are around you, but also just trying to find the inner sense of peace in the midst of that? Because, we're doing our version here, but you did it physically and we're doing it physically, but not-ish, kind of could be worse, could be better. We can make a difference. Like it could get really bad if we don't really step up really fast and do something. You know what I mean? Like, at what point are we all going to be like, okay, this is enough? Like, honestly, this is too much. And we've got to stop or it's going to get so bad.
So what I've done, the first year I was in there, I was not in a good space.
A year.
The first year I wished I was dead. It was that intense. But then that second year, I started, it took me a long time to come out of the denial. Like, you just can't believe it. Every day you wake up and you're like, is this really happening? You know, but
a whole year.
A whole year.
How do you do a whole year like that?
And I was
your first year, right? You were there for like 3 years.
I was there for 3 years and I was on pre-trial for a year and a half. So I had to wait a year and a half before I was even sentenced. And anyway, the point is, bit by bit, I trained myself to love greater than the conditioning that had trained me to live in a state of fear. And that was me taking responsibility for how I perceived the situation. And I began to notice that as a result of me loving greater than all the fear, I mean, because people yelling, fighting, prison guards, like all kinds of just terrible things happening. But it got to a point where I was so good. I got so good at being in a state of heart, brain, full body coherence that it was affecting people around me. They could feel it. And the first person that came up to me and said, wow, what is that? That's when everything really began to change, because I knew that if what I was doing inside of me was having an effect upon the men around me who knew nothing about any of this stuff we're talking about, but they could feel it, I knew something extraordinary was happening. And so what is the worst experience in many people's lives, literally that last year that I was there was one of the best years of my life, because at that point I had figured out that if I focus on what's allowing me to exist and learning to love it and be so grateful for it and not take anything that's happening externally for granted, because I felt so confident of the relationship that I had with what was causing my heart to beat, with what was allowing me to exist, that I knew that that would carry me through anything. And the feeling of it is so good that it feels better than everything. And I was so interested in it that I became, you could say, let's use the word, I was addicted to it. I became so obsessed with learning how miraculous life can truly be when we choose to engage with it in that way, that it's like, you know, this energy, and think about how intelligent this energy is in all of us, in every single one of us, and think about how dumb we act, despite the fact that there's a complete miracle happening inside of us. I just realized, I'm like, if I take what little bit of intelligence I have and really make a habit out of attuning it to this innate intelligence that's in my body, at some point, something's going to happen. And sure enough, something does happen. The conscious mind begins to link up and integrate into the subconscious and eventually the unconscious while you're conscious. And so you become conscious of all these universal aspects of your entire incarnation, of why you incarnated, and you remember it all. And you can get better and better and better and better. And it's like, it's in love that you're in love with it. And so it's like, oh my God, you're paying attention. Oh my God, you know me? You actually, and it's like, well, here, guess what? Did you know about this? And it's like, turns on this, oh my God, pineal gland activation. heartgasm, literally having these rushes of chemicals released from all these different organs in my body that are all bioelectric from God, if you want to call it that, from some incomprehensible divine force. You feel so full and so complete, and you remember what you are, who you are, you know why you came here.
In the
And
middle
when somebody
of all that,
the
like
priest
literal bars, that's just
in jail, and the priest, same thing. He was like, he would just drop this shit on everybody. If you don't believe in Jesus Christ, you are going to hell forever.
Wait, they would come to your cell?
Huh?
They would come to your cell?
No, they'd have like church. I went to every religious meeting because I just wanted to see. And so they had a Christian chaplain who oversaw all the religions. There was Santeria there. You know, I was in the Native American community. I was doing sweat lodge ceremonies. They accepted me, even though I'm not Native American. They didn't at first, but they took me in. But he had the belief that unless you believe in Jesus exactly the way the King James Bible said, you were going to die and go to hell. And you know what I felt for him? Love. Because I just, and it wasn't like, oh, I know better and you don't. Just like, I'm like, you don't feel what it's like to actually be connected to everything? No, he doesn't. So it's my job to have empathy, right? And to exemplify that. And he may not get it. He may not understand it. He can judge it. He can think whatever. But I know if I am in integrity or not. And that's on me. And if that's on me, then it's also on me to choose how I'm going to show up for life. Am I going to take responsibility for how I perceive everything? What if I'm the only one perceiving it like that? Like, it gets to that point. You go so deep in love with what it is that's allowing you to exist that it's like, okay, you're getting really good at it. But what if I show you this? How are you going to handle that? And if you're like, and it's something so awful, so terrible, but if you can be like, well, I love you greater than I'm afraid of what it is that I'm witnessing. And so I'm going to sustain that love in the face of this terrible thing that you're showing me. And then it's like, my child, okay, you keep graduating to newer and newer levels of development. And it's not like, oh, well, everything's love and light forever. You just get better at being
you literally
in this.
lived it. You were in the face of it. You were like, this is your choice. What are you going to do in the middle of physical, not mental, not like a TV show of let me like change your mental ability. Like you're physically looking at bars. Yeah. And you have the choice at that point to go, okay, am I going to be at peace? Am I going to go inward? I'm going to love myself and forgive myself and make new choices and experience the situation? Or am I going to be judgmental of myself, fucking hate myself, believe all the narrative of what everyone says I am, or, you know what I mean? Like you literally have walked yourself out of that situation, like in real terms. Like,
well, and guess what? And the great thing is that now the entire world has the opportunity to do that. We are all going through, I mean, I wrote a book, you know, I never planned on publishing this book, but I just wrote it and everyone's like, you've got to publish it. I'm like, no
I'm
way,
so excited,
you know,
about this.
But what I went through is almost exactly like what the entire world is going through. So if I can heal, and believe me, I am nobody special, you know, like I made so many you could say bad decisions as a young person. I did so much self-abuse. I never really hurt other people, but I mean, I made really bad choices. I got addicted to a lot of drugs. A lot of really dysfunctional behaviors, dysfunctional relationships. I was not a saint by any measure, you know? And if I can learn to love the fuck up part of myself to the degree that I embrace it as being exactly what I needed to learn how to love it greater than the erosion that it causes to my self-esteem. Then I know I can feel what is true. And
Boom.
that might be different for you than it is for me, you know, but at some point it all is universal.
And then we have Luna, who's just
Is that your kitty?
No, this is
beautiful.
Stella.
Her name's
We have
Luna?
Luna and Stella are. Ooh,
So
Bernie-
Luna is just this amazing being who just happens to get to be into the essence of Laura's life because she's so awesome and God just provided.
Mine's Venus.
I
No.
know. I mean, all
Luna,
our
Venus. These
Are you
are
kidding me?
no.
This is the thing that is the most targeted, though. Like you nailed it right there, Seth. When the self-esteem is targeted and trying to dehumanize a person,
Yes.
which has been a reoccurring theme throughout history, is how to dehumanize a person or humiliate a person. In the face of that, is there a greater resource that we can
Nailed
tap
it.
into that
That's it.
defines it on our own terms? And it's not like better or worse. It's not about rebellion. It's not about it's about considering all perspectives and inviting it into our heart to be able to have compassion for things that one might just judge or dismiss
Another way.
in these situations as well. It's like, oh, that's a misfortune, or I'm screwed, or this is
You
bad
nailed
luck.
it. You nailed it. If we want to do us and them, right? Division. The way to destroy people is you wreck their self-esteem and then they wreck themselves because they never get over the trauma. They stay in these thought and feeling loops where they just keep beating themselves up, producing stress hormones, and they bring themselves down. That's it. I mean, you nailed it. That's exactly most of what's happening. So if we love that aspect of ourselves that only we can do, right? We become the mother and the father. We love the little wounded child in us the way we wanted our parents, or if we didn't have parents, the way we wanted somebody to love us. We can do that. We're made for that.
I know. Isn't that incredible? I mean, that to me is, and what Dr. Chanel has so brilliantly expressed, and same with you, Seth, which is why it's so incredible to talk to you guys. It's like the shift in perspective creates a miracle frequency. And I've experienced it, so much in my own life. When I was living on the road and I was trying to take care of my kids, living out of vehicles, I was like, a part of me could sink down into victim, or I'm screwed. And when I changed my perspective, the synchronicities would show up, and the people that might have been predatory, it dropped
They change
their persona to where you could even create a miracle for somebody else. You're not talking to their programs. You're talking to their soul,
their divine essence. That's it. And it's like that with everything. Like I said, you go in the woods, if you're in a super coherent state, the mosquitoes and bugs won't bite you. I did the same thing. I came in touch. I've only been lost in the woods twice. And I came in front of a black bear and her mother. A baby black bear and its mom. I got in between them.
Oh my
But
God.
I was like, no, I love you. I love light. I'm not afraid. And I just stood there with confidence.
That's how I felt when the scorpions and the rattlesnakes showed up. It was like, I'm not going to go into fear frequency. I'm like, we are one with each other. You provide medicine, you're just doing what you're doing as a snake. I'm doing what I'm doing as a human, but humans are weird because, we have so many receptors to the spirit medicines and the animal spirit medicines and just the multi-dimensional nature of who we are. I just remember feeling like friends, and so some people would react a certain way and they would get taken out. Most of my wilderness adventures that I experienced, a lot of people had to be taken out. They couldn't they were either wanting to conquer it or make fun of it or throw rocks at it. Whether it was a rattlesnake or a scorpion or even the rations that we were, sharing. The people that were out of integrity, that weren't like wanting to commune on a oneness level, they didn't make it. It was very interesting to witness. And it wasn't like I had something figured out. I just surrendered. And I was like, you know, I'm going to go to sleep, and a rattlesnake and a scorpion's like sitting right there. And it's just like, it's not like we were like high-fiving or anything, but it was like, I respect you. And you're a part of me. And if I go silent to appreciate that camaraderie, the whole predator victim dynamic or dichotomy begins to fall away. The wilderness of being human is just as gnarly. But anyway, what are your thoughts, Chanel? You were going to say something.
No, I just think that sometimes I think that people will look at like background and genetics and whatever and think like, oh, well, you're privileged, or you have this super sonic situation where everything works out for you. And ultimately, everyone still has a choice.
Yeah.
And I mean, even with Montauk, snakes were a big thing with Montauk. I fucking hate snakes. They would put snakes in the cages with us. And, you know, I cannot even stand to even look at a snake on TV because of the memories of snakes. And, you know, but, you know, as much as they are like godly and, you know, whatever, they have a survival mentality, and they don't want to be hurt either, and all that stuff that goes on. And so all of us are in survival. All of us are in our little situation of whatever. And I think that a lot of times, just again, it's just my perception. I think people look at Laura and go, oh, well, she has the Eisenhower name, and she's got all this prestige, and she's got money, and she's got whatever. Well, she's just fucking figuring it out too. Like she has.
Yeah. The funny part is, okay, real quick, just have to insert this. No trust funds. I was on welfare and food stamps most of my adult life, raising my boys, my twins. I birthed them at 25. They're 23 now.
Exactly.
And people think,
literally going day to day.
Bloodline. And this is the hard part of, you know, I connected with Eisenhower intuitively, and it was like, okay, it's on the mother's side of the family. Father became a priest. The marriage got annulled, so you can't really carry that name because in the eyes of the Catholic Church, I don't even exist. It's like, woohoo! But yeah, Eisenhower is like a completely different kind of character. And I was always about like, all right, what if this is an Illuminati bloodline? What if I was put the...
She has that.
I'm an advocate for people that have been through that.
People
but
hold it against her.
Like,
what?
Oh no, it's brutal. It's brutal. And
it's so insane.
You know, Eisenhower bloodline, you must have trust funds. Now, if people really knew my story.
Yeah.
But I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say
no,
that.
No.
Anyway, I think every person in
realizing that, you know, Eisenhower was really trying to take down these folks. And the opposite of the presidency, you know, he was a general. I mean, the first thing that he did that was influential was that he was a general in the Second World War. And then he becomes president, and he realizes that all these so-called allies or people that are supporting his vision are nefarious characters connected to a deeper negative alien agenda, which originated, as far as treaties go, way before when he came into office. So it's, you know, been very interesting journey to, you know, be a part of this family. But it's funny when people are like, oh yeah, you're probably sitting on wealth. I'm like, I have minus digits in my bank account now. I'm not sitting on anything.
I just think that people have like the super idea of like who any of us are.
Right.
And when you're born, no matter what, you still have choices. And you're given the opportunity of making choices one way or another. And you've done that. Seth has done that. I've done that. Every person on here who I'm watching, all the comments have done that. And we get to do that. And that's what the whole experience is. And again, going back to champions are not born in the ring. You are not born in the ring. Seth was not born in the ring. I'm not born in the ring. We are not born with this like external protection or special superpower situation. Although God is in us, we work ourselves through our own experience of what this is for me and you and you and you and you and you and you in this season of who we are with the experiment of what's going on externally and how we're going to respond to those things that are brought upon us. And that's how we're made champions. That's where champions are born. That's when you really know who you are, is what are you going to do in the face of the situations that are brought to you? Are you going to stand up and be true and be loving and have integrity of being, honest, of not backstabbing or talking bad about someone or being bitter or having unforgiveness or I don't know, name the thing? Or are you going to just be like, I don't know why they're feeling that way, but that's just where they're at. And I'm just going to love them anyway. And I'm going to just keep doing what I'm doing. And I'm going to keep believing what I'm doing. And I'm going to stay in what I am and pursue what I feel is true. And you know what I mean? It's like, it's so easy to be offended. I just had this whole experience with a person in my family where someone was like super offended, and I was just like, oh my God, like I was like, you understand that your entire generation is known as a snowflake for a reason. I wasn't trying to be mean about it. I was just like bringing up a topic of like, how hard it was and how many hours we work a week and all the things that we do just to like exist. And they were like, yeah, I know. And also this and this and this. And I was listening, I was experiencing, I was going through it. I was listening and I was, going through it and also open to their experience, because that's what this is. It's just really all an experience. And in the end, they were like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm offended. That's what they told me. I was like, okay, well, that kind of proves my point. What I'm saying is like, I can work 120 hours a week and be sick about it and still keep going and do whatever. And you're offended just because I brought up something that was true to me and you're offended, but I'm not offended. I'm just talking about it. I'm just having a conversation and you're mad that I have an opinion about wherever I am and, whatever. And they're like, I don't want to talk about it. I'm just tired and whatever. I was like, okay, whatever. But it goes back to the whole thread of what we were talking about in the first place. It's like, well, Jesus is true and it's the only way. And it's like, is it? Like, is there anything else that's true? Is an eagle that literally came in, I swear to God, I'm standing in front of a fire. I'm in literally today, this morning, I had a fire, a physical fire in front of my house. We built a fire. We're sitting there. We're standing around a fire to get warm. And I see something white in the water in the distance. And I'm like talking to this person, but I see something white. And I'm like looking at this white thing in the water. And all of a sudden I see a beautiful, gorgeous, huge bird, eagle, come down, swoop in down to the water, pick up this white thing and take it up and fly away before my eyes. And I was just like, that is nature. That is true. Like, that is a real bird eating something out of the water before my eyes. That's real. And had this experience. And it was just like, that's real to me. fight or flight, real nature, true things that are still happening, and it has nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with vaccinations. You know what I mean? It's like, that's just,
yeah, you don't see any of these creatures of nature like signing up, like being like, you know, they're not having like, you know, there's a symbiosis. There's the web of life. And even though death exists, death is a portal to rebirth or some level of.
they're not worried about AI,
Right.
transhumanism. Yeah, they're just like eating a fish out of the water, just being birds. A literal eagle right before me, right? I don't know.
Oh.
Well, it's beautiful. That's beautiful to hear. I mean, and that is why, you know, just circling back to what this show is about, that Jesus is the way. Well, Christ consciousness is the goal, and nature is infused with this greater energetic that we can learn from, you know. And some people might dismiss astrology, but it's part of our physiology. And that's why I really appreciate medical astrology, because it's like, okay, these signs actually connect with our endocrine system, our organs, our nervous system. And it's not just about looking outside of oneself and just being like, oh, I'm a Libra, and so therefore, or, you know, future predictions. It's like, it's so limited and it's so like laughed upon as being a pseudoscience. But when you really get into the depth of it, just like the I Ching and Tarot archetypes, these are missing pieces of ourselves that we can get closer to. So when people are like, it's from the devil, it's like, well, the devil is an archetype in astrology, and but it's like, how do we relate to that devil energy? Okay, it can enslave us, it can be a deceiver, but once we create an override frequency to it, we literally ride on the back of the beast, and the beast, or whatever it is like looking to us in sort of an embarrassment. Like, not an embarrassment, it's just like the strength card, number 11. Once you master the enslavement agenda and you free your mind, doesn't matter if you're in jail, doesn't matter if you've been, you know, mandated or this and that. Once you claim sovereignty, that devil energy,
God,
which is 15, that is the number 6,
like
the lover, that kundalini is requiring sacred union to be able to redeem the devil into kundalini, because it's serpentine. But the lower serpentine energy is like reptilian agenda, you know, using that against us, creating conquer and divide, separating spirituality from sexuality. But once we conquer that force, it becomes the lovers and the sacred union and the kundalini activation. So no matter what we're being thrown, there's always a flip side, or there's always a higher octave that we can connect into to dismantle these weapons and create this necessary alchemy. It's like, we don't need to reject any part of ourselves. We need to determine how we're going to relate to it. You know, there's always going to be the shadow properties, and we're going to have to face that shadow. But once we get a grip on it and understand it, even if it's just through our own process without understanding the planets or the alignments or the astrology, that's not necessary unless you're a dork and a nerd like some of us. And then there's the dorks, which is a high compliment as far as I'm concerned. You know, we you know, like the lower octave of the liver would be being overloaded, having to process toxins, and, you know, maybe like organ failure. Well, what is the breakthrough? It's capturing the essence of what these organs represent. They're not just organs. They hold a frequency to the planetary energies. They're not just like, oh, here are my lungs, and I got a liver, and I got kidneys, and I got ovaries, or I got testes. It's like, okay, there are different octaves to the planetary frequencies that rule these organs and endocrine systems and our nervous system. So if it's nefarious or is making us sick, no, the cabal, the governments, even the medical industry is not going to be able to solve it unless they're holistically minded, which a lot of our friends and colleagues are that have been banned and censored. And
oh God, don't even start.
but I know you guys know where I'm going.
Yeah.
And
So
but
it's
the beauty
sad.
is that it's ultimately what I consider to be the Great Awakening is, even if we don't know the planetary alignments, whatever we're going through, how can we stay sovereign and feel into the pain and the discomfort of these symptoms and get to know ourselves better in the face of it, instead of give it to somebody else to tell us who we are and slap us a label or diagnose something and just hand us like some bullshit pharmaceutical drug. But I know, you know, we're all on the same page about that. But sorry, go ahead, Sharna.
No, I mean, I would like to know, because I've used this analogy a million times, and I've said, like, if you were in jail, there are so many people who have literally physically been in jail and found peace. And you are an actual person who I totally know who did that. So how did you do it? Like in the middle, and I'm sure you have like even probably religious people who visited you.
I had to earn it. I had to earn it by being totally honest to myself, which also meant not succumbing to the criticism or judgment or opinions or behaviors or beliefs of those around me, who everybody's got something to say about everything, no matter what. And most people get so concerned with what other people think that they would rather submit to them than stand up for themselves lovingly, you know, or they do it in a combative, like a fight, you know. I just was like, no, I love life. I love being alive. And it just occurred to me, well, if I can love life in this place,
Then you got it. I mean, come on. Talk about school.
but the whole world, I mean, essentially this whole consumeristic culture we're in here is very much a prison. You know, we work, most people work 9 to 5. We are literally, we're bioelectric beings. We're taking our energy. We are focusing it on systems that are feeding the titans of industry that really feed very few, you know. So in that regard, we are kind of like slaves working in a prison to support who? I don't know who they are. You hear all kinds of names, and but kind of like when you look at it, it's kind of what we're doing, you know. So
But to me, it's no different than being in a relationship with like a narcissist or an abuser. It's like, when are you willing to cut the ties and the energetic cords in order to be able to stand in sovereignty and allow your creative channels to be infused with your own higher awareness and intuition? Because that, to me, is when miracles begin to take place, and how you were able to impact and influence those around you, in just being like, all right, I'm not just reacting. I'm not just a victim to the bullying or the system. You found, and Charnel, I mean, you're like a fucking master in this, both of you are, of just changing the inner dialogue in order to produce a different outer response that people were very resonant with, that might have caught you a little off guard, like, oh my God, I can't believe that, you know, changing your perspective in that sort of situation had as much of an impact as it did. You know what I mean?
oh, but because again, that's where the being honest with oneself and being objective, like I realize I'm like, the thoughts I'm thinking mostly are based upon a language that I was taught to speak. So I'm thinking things in a way with a language that was never mine to begin with. There's just so much like that becomes self-evident when you get really objective, when you get really calm, when you relax and you breathe, and when you stop thinking you know something. You know, oftentimes our belief systems and I'm me, this is my life, this is what I know. When we live in that way, we put ourselves in a prison. And it's society teaches us that's normal.
Yeah, I literally had a situation this week where someone was like, hey, I want to sit down with you and your husband and blah, blah, and we're going to have this talk. And at first I was like, I definitely had the opportunity to be offended and to be like, you know what, why do I need to talk to you and whatever. But when you have that, when I took the minute to just go like, you know what, everything works out for me. And this could be awesome. And this is for me. And this is for them. And this is like what I'm about. And instead of just taking it personal and being like, oh God, what is this? Instead of just being like, you know, oh, I wonder what this is going to be about. This is going to be awesome. And this is going to be like beautiful. And having that perspective, what ended up is we had this conversation that was like, wow, this is so deep and beautiful and like humbling. And I shared and they shared. And it was just this, oh God, like expansive, beautiful exchange that at the moment, probably if I would have been a dick about it, it could have been a dick situation. But because I took that tiny second of like, I'm not going to be a dick. I'm just going to be like, stop. What's this about? And just taking it in and going like, oh my God, why am I here? What is this for? Let's give this an opportunity to be beautiful. And then it was beautiful because I made it beautiful, because I let it be beautiful, because I had the perspective of this is awesome and everything works out for me. And this is important for us to all share our experience and to have this dialect and have this conversation instead of like this defense of I'm right and you're wrong and all this like insanity of what they want us to do.
It's the addiction to division.
Well, yeah, instead of having an open mind and a perspective of mutual love and respect where we can learn and grow from each other.
It ended up being like the most beautiful thing ever. And literally the fruit of that, oh my God, the fruit the next day even was like asking, you know, they were asking questions and like, well, what about this? And what about that? And I'm like, you know what? I don't really know, but that's a good question. And let's talk about this. And like there was so much, it was beyond anything that I could have created if I even tried to sit down and say, these are the things that I want to be perfect and make it happen. It's just going with the flow and not being judgmental. Again, like I get mad about judgment, but then again, I'm the one who's judging. So it's like I have to look at myself and go, stop, be loving, be kind, let people be where they are. Because I was there probably at one time, and that's where they're just happen to be right now. And this is where I am too right now. And I could be like somewhere else tomorrow, or even in 5 minutes from now. And being humble enough to be wrong and be humble enough to be teachable and to be okay that things are just fluid and okay. And this is just an experience. And so for me, that was, again, another humbling experience of just like, oh my gosh, like it just is. I am. And we are.
Yeah, I just have to just share this because as you were talking, this kind of, you know, lit up. And I know I've shared this probably redundantly, but there's this whole like, okay, if you have a strength and you're in service to others, you will slow yourself down enough to be able to hold the hands of the ones that might be struggling. So if you're an expedition leader and you're, you know, able to, you know, speed up mountains, but you're responsible for everybody that's with you, you have to hold the hand of the slowest hiker and walk with them and inspire them to, you know, either build up more speed, more inspiration, more confidence, or, you know, just the struggle of having to gain more muscle. But then in another category, it might be that person that's able to do that on a physical level might go through that on an emotional or spiritual level, where somebody else might be holding the strength. And instead of having an undermining or talking down to you kind of conversation, they're like, you know, I want to hear you and I'm holding space for you and your greater potential, instead of, you know, just sort of like right or wrong approach, or here are your flaws and let's point them out. No, instead it's like holding a person and just saying, I'm walking with you. Even if I can do this better, it really isn't about better or worse. It's like, okay, I figured this out and I want to inspire you to find that potential within yourself, instead of like, you know, oh man, I have to slow myself down to hold your hand and I got all the answers. It's like, no, why are you stumbling? Because you have strength. So what is the root of that struggle? And engaging it on a transparent and compassionate level to be able to give birth to that person being able to just fly and just be like, oh my God, you know. And so anything that has a dependency program where,
Sure.
because, you know, you might seem weak in the moment, well, let's leverage that to make money off of it. No, let's look at that weakness as a potential strength, because most often our greatest weaknesses are where we hold the most strength, because our greater potential is often targeted. And that's why sacred union relationships are targeted. So it's like, in the face of weakness, can you build muscle? Can you remember who you are, instead of like this dependency program where, oh, you'll always have to rely on me. I'm your guru. I'm your expedition leader, and you're just a slowpoke and I have to like slow down for you. No, instead it's like, I love you and you're giving me something.
Right.
You're reminding me of something that might not be about this, but it might show up in a different area. It's like, what is unity consciousness really at the end of the day? It's not about putting anybody on a pedestal or casting anybody as our leaders or saviors. It's about combining our energies and realizing we all have something of value to give to each other, but not in, I have it and you don't. It's about, I'm going to express it and remind you that you have it in you too. You know, like people I grew up with, they're like, oh, I'm a terrible artist, or I can't draw and I can't paint. I'm like, try again. And I remember like going to an art class, and the first attempt I did at a silhouette looked like a 2-year-old did it. And then I was like, okay, I know I have artistic abilities. I turned it around and I painted again. Within 15 minutes, it was a completely different painting. And I brought it to the art class and they basically featured it and said, you know, they were comparing it with like very significant artists. And I remind people, I'm like, here's the first attempt. It looks like, you know, a baby fucking threw up on it. Like, looks like, you know, and then, and I focus and I'm like, I know I can do this. And it was in 10, 15 minutes, a completely different thing. So like what you guys are talking about, perspective. You know, if we keep generating this low self-esteem, or I can't do it, or I'm not gifted in this way, it's such a sabotage. You know, it might not come easily, like it's a bleed through from a past life or it's something you've mastered before, but it's your divine inheritance. And there does not need to be competition and jealousy, which is very much the old paradigm model of, you know, I'm going to get the gold medal, or I, you know, won the contest. And it really sabotages people's confidence if they don't think they measure up. But it's like, if you can drop the competition and the jealousy and just do it because you love it, you're going to be able to give yourself a gift. And even if nobody validates it, which is hard sometimes, it's like, you know, especially when you're in a relationship, like, oh, my husband loves me and my boyfriend thinks I'm like the coolest thing ever. At the end of the day, you know, however sloppy, messy, refined, or mastery it is, to me, it's all a part of like the beauty of life, you know. And even tonight, you know, my husband said, why don't you just wear your bathrobe? And I'm like, that's so funny. But I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, I'm kind of mirroring what you guys are saying is like, when the love frequency or the acceptance of every part of the spectrum, the greater spectrum of frequency that we experience, it doesn't have to be based on ego, personas, or judgments. It can be way more fluid and way more unconditional. And in that unconditional love, I feel it brings in a presence that can alter the way we feel about ourselves.
Yeah.
And it can also inspire us to, you know, raise the bar.
Yes.
Even if it seems like, okay, you know I can do better. It's not because you got like no recognition, or you were ostracized, or, you know, you were shut down or shut off. It's about cultivating a deeper relationship between ourselves and source. That even when we feel like we might fail, that's part of the dichotomy and duality of our existence. But when we can look at it and say, you know, I know I can do better, instead of just giving up, we can push ourselves to activate what might be dormant. And again, you know, there's natural talents or abilities, but, you know, where people feel they can't achieve something because the first try or second try didn't look so good, just keep trying. And you might have that breakthrough, and it might shock yourself and other people. Because people give up too quick. They're like, oh, I can't do it, or I'm just not good at that. And then they act out and actually have an issue with people that do it well, where, you know, they're create a belief system based on the divide and conquer program. Whereas, okay, well, if you can't
right when you start
you're going to judge it, but just keep pushing through the barriers.
That's it. That's it. And Joe Dispenza says that when people start to get bored, if they're doing something over and over, that's when most people give up, but that's the time to keep going through it, because a breakthrough is about to happen.
Yeah. And I noticed that so many times where I'm just like, oh, well, I guess I'm not very artistic or musical, but then I surprise myself. I'm like, wait a second. Yes, you are. Like, why would I want to stop at that one thought or belief or projection that a parent or teacher might have said, like, oh, you have ADD or you got learning disabilities? It's like, I don't think so. Maybe I just learned differently. Just like the doctor that says to people, no, you'll never be able to walk again. And guess what? They get back up and they walk, and they produce the miracle because God intervenes through us. And it's not about waiting to be saved. It's about recognizing that that powerful light force and dark force exists within us to play with and learn from and achieve amazing results, as long as we don't submit to defeat, self-doubt, or self-judgment to the point where we aren't willing to do it. Because if we're not willing to do it, it's very much the tendency of humans to act out and blame it on somebody else. And that creates division. It's like, if we could all just sit there and cry on each other's shoulder and say, okay, the reason I'm having a problem with you is because I can't find this within me, versus, okay, you made a choice that seems detrimental based on the evidence of whatever. But does that have to be a fixed belief? Can't we hold space for our family and friends that we think or feel make detrimental decisions about their health because of, you know, this, that we can hold space that they can transmute it and override this? I'm holding space for that, for humanity, that it's not doom or gloom. As bad as it seems, I believe in something much greater and these beings that made those decisions. And most of these decisions weren't based on, oh, they're evil, so they deserve like to become like hive mind, like genetically altered, like, no. If love exists in their heart and they reconcile that decision based in a good intent, I hold the space that they can turn this around and they're going to be okay. It's not up to me to decide, oh yeah, the prions, the graphene oxides, the consciousness and spirit is so much greater. And if they can just find that and release themselves from the social engineering and mind control, they've de-weaponized whatever they put in themselves, because ultimately all these weapons are to produce mind control and social engineering. Once a person breaks that programming, they nullify the weapons, and the weapons become tool for our greater growth. And I hold space that anybody who made a decision, they didn't know, they were confused, if they have love in their heart and they're a person of integrity.
You know,
They're
reminds me
the
of,
spirit, and that's the override frequency, and they're going to be okay.
that's beautiful. And that's, doesn't it just feel so much better to feel that and then reflect that to each other? And then I'd rather do that than the opposite, compete, look, you know, all these things. It's like that song, remember? Who was it? Children are innocent. Oh, we'll make great pets. We'll make great.
Oh, that Jane's Addiction, Perry Farrell. Name that tune.
Like, that's what I realized. I'm like, wait a minute, we kind of are like pets, right? And then I realized, like, oh, we're trained into being who we think we are. And I'm like, no, I'm going to retrain myself. And that's what we're all talking about doing. We're retraining ourselves. And then we're showing each other, like, hey, if I can do it, you can do it too. And that's the change. It's almost like, to get kind of primitive and crude, it's like the world right now is like one big unhealthy microbiome, right? It's just filled with, you know, like in a healthy gut, there's like healthy bacteria, there's a balance of friendly bacteria and a little bit of unfriendly bacteria. And they both need to be there, but the friendly bacteria keeps the unfriendly in check. Now it's gone completely out of balance. And it's like the unfriendly bacteria feels like it's just run rampant. And we kind of are contributing to that, right? Like we are that, but we can be the friendly bacteria.
Well, that's the epigenetics of it all. It's like the immune system is ignited by these higher principles and higher aspects of ourself. And the only reason that the negative bacteria would override it is if we are in a lower negative ego mentality and we're not seeing the bigger picture. And so it can run rapid, it can create disease and, you know, throwing up and having gut issues, which is the second brain of, you know, the whole immune system thing. But I totally didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's like,
no, that's right.
You know, when we look at this battle, the override frequency is able to compost and utilize the negative as a grounds for creating new life instead of the negative holding dominion to the point where the positive is so suppressed that one would say, you know, you have to take a jab or do this or that in order to reconcile with it. No, you can only reconcile it within your own spiritual being, within your own thought forms, within your own emotionality. Like, I mean, is that kind of what you're saying? Or
yeah, it's pretty much exactly what I'm saying.
I you know, and people are like, well, you didn't mean to come off, but yet you come off and you're really rude. So I'm sorry, you guys. It's just I get so passionate about this stuff, but it's like, right. I mean, the gut bacteria is a really great example. We are going to deal with some form of negative polarity, but when we are master alchemists, that negative polarity is not a doom or gloom scenario. It's, you know, obviously a catalyst or a reason for tapping into greater potential, like the creative imagination. So if there's psychological operations and all these narratives being steered, do you have a greater thought form or vision or dream that you can align with to the point where you clear your creative channels from these narratives and propagandas to where you give yourself a little bit more respect for being a co-creator of what's coming down the trajectory of our human existence. And even if others don't agree, you're not at the mercy of their inability to understand. Doesn't mean you're going to be able to share the same kind of space. It might mean bifurcation. It might mean you or them, you know, exit the physical, but then you always wake up somewhere else. I mean, I might have died last night and this is the afterlife, even though it's very similar to like last week. But I mean, how many times do we die? And when we do die, and if that's so fearful, let's have a light for view while we're in the here and now and reconcile whatever we feel bad about, whatever we're scared to face God about, goddess, or, you know, let's just make peace with it. I mean, every time, okay, before I had kids, turbulence, I was like, fine, if the plane crashes, I'm like totally ready. Like I'm not very attached. But once you have kids, or, you know, even if you don't have kids, then I'm like pulling out my tarot cards on the plane. And they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm the turbulence. And I'm like grabbing onto the person next to me. I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's that fear based. And I remember having panic attacks, and then they would invite me up to the cockpit, and they'd give me saltines, and I'm like, oh, I'm like, I just got to get back to my children. But before I had kids, I'm like, bring it on. Like whether we die or... I know Charnel just like tapped out, but you know what I mean? Like my physiology completely changed after I had kids. As far as, it wasn't like a fear of my own personal death. It's just when you are afraid of not being there for those that you know really need you. And that was a huge wake-up call. It wasn't like I was suicidal ever, even though I was sort of envious of roadkill sometimes. Like, well, you know, that sounds weird. Dr. Charnel, are you still there? So I said my piece for the night, but
thank you so much for having me on. I really, really appreciate it. I had a great time.
It's been a wonderful conversation. And I hope Dr. Charnel, you know, just shares her final thoughts.
Wow. Oh my God. I didn't realize we've been on for, how long is 4 hours? Have we been on for 4 hours?
Well, I'm not an editor, and
All right. Hey.
all right. So Charnel, you got to close this for us. And like, what are your final thoughts? And then you, Seth, I think I've said enough. And thanks.
Sorry, I have like actual kids who have ACT tests this week. So
right.
I'm like,
okay. So yeah, share your final thoughts, and then you, Seth, and then I'll just say bye. And if I don't, and I just hang it up, you know, I'll say bye right now. And I love you all, like with all my heart. And the unity consciousness piece, and the fact that we all have something beautiful to give to each other, where diversity and harmony is true oneness instead of trying to create sameness, is something I stand by. And I appreciate all of you so much. So go ahead, Charnel, and then Seth, and we'll close it out.
Yeah, I mean, only I would just encourage everybody, like Seth has done, like Laura's done, like every single person in the comments. I am actually reading your comments. And I know that each and every one of you have your own experience, your own perceptions, your own belief systems, and every one of them are true to you. And all I'm saying is, if you're going to say something, make sure you understand what you're saying, why you're saying it, where it came from. Like investigate, research, look into, why do you think this? Why do you feel that way? Where did you come up with this? Because this experience that we're experiencing as a collective and as an individual, like Seth has his, Laura has hers, you all have yours, I have mine. Everything has gotten to be to where we are right now. And now all of us are here in this situation. And we have choices to make that are the tipping point of our actual and total Earth experience. And we're either going to have a freedom, and we're going to win, and we're going to take over in love and truth, or we're going to default into just someone else dictate what is going to happen to us instead of us creating for us. And I'm just asking that people would think for themselves, see where they're coming from, understand where they're coming from, feel where they're coming from, understand, like, this is why I feel this way. This is what I've urged to get to this point, instead of just like regurgitating some kind of throw up bot answer of like, I read this somewhere or someone told me this. And we are so powerful. God has created us to be the most powerful DNA 12-strand, expansive, beautiful beings possible to create the experience that could be here as an individual and as a collective. And whether you're in prison or in prison, whatever level of prison you're in, we get to break out and be free. And everything is a practice. Everything is an opportunity for us to actually get to the point where we get to make the choices to see how strong we are and to be who we are and how we are in the essence of who we are in the season that we're in. And it's not because we read about it or we heard about it or someone said that or we heard it in the news, but because we went into our direct TV of what God spoke in us, in our DNA of who we are, or a dream or an unction or an idea or just a feeling of what we know is true in the essence of what we're doing. And anything synthetic doesn't work with human facilities. And authenticity is a superpower. Truth is a superpower. Being authentic is strongest superpower possibly ever imagine. And your truth may not be mine, but if we could all somehow respect and honor everyone else's truth in the midst of all that we're working through, then we can actually somehow create this new earth as we know it, in the truth of who we are in this place, in the season that we're in, and make something super beautiful, super loving, super authentic, and without AI, without anything controlling or debilitating or hurtful to the physical body or the mental or the spiritual. And I just encourage everybody to make those truthful choices in the midst, because it takes immense courage to be true in the middle of an upstream, opposite, unpopular situation. And but yet this is how we know who we are. This is like Kyle. I hate to bring politics in it, but just being honest, this guy is kick-ass, fucking amazing, in the middle of all the things, protecting himself, being true, doing the right thing, no matter what. And there's still people bitching about it. And it's just like, really? Because it's like he could have been dead already. And he just stood up for himself. And he's an innocent little kid who, whatever. And then the narrative goes on about, oh, he did this and across the street and had an AR-15 or whatever. It's like, the truth is still the truth no matter what. So the truth in your version and my version and everyone's version, an actual truth still exists. And we're creating a new earth. And we can be authentic in that. And we can actually make something really, truly and loving without judgment, without politics, without religion. We can just actually be in the Christ consciousness of who Christ really is. And the repenting, meaning think again. This is the penthouse. To repent means to think again. As we think, yeah, I mean, as we think again and just have a new thought about what real life is and what real living is and what real truth is and the existence of what all that is, then we can actually have a new earth. And this is our opportunity for new earth. And we're all in that space of creating something, whether it's Australia as a testing zone, or us watching and observing and going, God, that could be us. Let's not get there. Let's do something now preventative and like start making choices to not get to that point. And also looking at her history in essence of going like, oh God, that sucked. Like, let's not repeat that. Like, you know?
Yeah, totally. And that's the mastery of it all. It's like, okay, if we're repeating history and the same scenarios that we lived before are presenting themselves in a different lingo, a different context, is still the same playbook of wanting to divide and conquer us. And so we see other parts of the world experiencing what they want to submit or put upon, like everybody, every country, every continent. And in the face of that, it's like, we got to let go of our fear of death, our fear of abundance or lack of abundance, and begin to fall back on why these times are showing up in the way that they are in order to rescue our treasures, that are spiritual abilities that are working with what's organic instead of like answering to the reward system of the matrix. It's like, you know, that's a bad partner we need to divorce ourselves from. And to me, we're being pushed to create a breakup instead of being forced to submit. It's like, you know, that narcissistic partner, whether it's male or female, wants you to submit to the next level of how they're going to control you. But the minute you say, I'm done and I'm breaking up with you, a person all of a sudden is on a trajectory of finding true love. If they can escape dwelling in the victim consciousness or feeling, I hope that interjection is okay, but you know what I mean? That's kind of like what I'm grasping of what you're saying. And, you know, and you've really broken everything down. I mean, like Dr. Charnel, like she's a naturopath. She's gone through some pretty horrific experiences, but it's like you keep generating the greater science that's merged with spirituality of like what it means to manifest miracles. And I would say between both of you, their books are probably the most important that you could read if you want to be reminded. And it's not about a teaching, it's about a remembrance, you know, and there's a huge difference. Like, and I guess a person could call it a teaching, but it's not dogmatic. It's not controlling. It's really being able to process your experiences in a way that serves humanity's ability to recognize that exists within themselves, you know? And that's such a huge contribution because it takes a lot of transparency and willingness to, you know, be somewhat vulnerable. It doesn't mean you're going to give it all away or you're vulnerable to the point where, you know, you're subject to lower nefarious forces. It's a different form of vulnerability. It's the greatest strength.
Yeah.
You know, there's a vulnerability in the unconsciousness, you know, where people are vulnerable to attack because they're unconscious, but there's a different kind of vulnerability through being transparent and honest about one's journey to the point where the miracles that one has experienced allows one to be transparent enough to where vulnerability is a great spiritual muscle. Well, it's just like the word fear. It's like, okay, well, that might serve a person to have caution, but that same vibration of fear might absolutely sabotage a person's ability to think straight. But this is what I love about both of you is that you've taken every negative experience and you've alchemized it into a treasure and a jewel of wisdom. And it's not just sharing in these interviews. They have books. And I'm trying to finish my books. But I mean, I just want to just show and share my gratitude with you guys for really, putting it out there. It's not, you've been willing to really put it out there. And that vulnerability is holding a sacred flame for people to be more connected to their truth instead of a vulnerability of unconsciousness. You breathe life into what's unconscious to be able to be vulnerable in your greatest strength, which to me is flipping the whole timeline. And even though it seems like, it's not looking so good, everybody's on their own unique journey. And it's sovereign, even though they might not be sovereign, but it's their personal experience. So there's no right or wrong about it. It's just you guys are sharing tools and inspirations that are helping people to remember instead of doing the condescending sort of talking down to a person. And that's why every word you share is infused with like activations instead of like, oh, it's about right or wrong or piss. What did we say, Charnel, earlier today? A pissing contest? It's not about that.
Yeah.
So anyway, if and I'm always worried. Yeah, I'm not the best interviewer, and if I cut you off, it's just I get so excited and inspired. So I just wanted to reflect what I feel, you embody. And any final words, Charnel, after that, and then Seth, you can wrap it up with your final thoughts and close the show. I won't share anymore. I just had to say that.
Oh, I mean, I just don't really have anything except for I just encourage everybody to be okay with where they're at. But if you're going to say anything or believe anything, to actually look into why. Like, look into the depths. Have the courage to look into, why did I just say that? Why did I just, respond in that way? Or I'm doing the same thing. Seth is, Laura is, all of us. So many of us are. If you can have the actual like, oh, where did that come from? Why did I think that? Why did I feel that way? And look into the layers of who we are and why we are, then sometimes you can kind of reverse engineer who we are, what we are in this time and season of what's happening, and to kind of get to the bottom of what this is all about, and to kind of have more of an empathy for anyone on the quote other side or in that other situation, and have like a love for and an understanding for where everyone's at. And I love that what Seth was talking about earlier of like, this could be actually the greater things in these, of just like being able to view and witness someone's judgment to you on the other side of experiencing something different, and being like, this could actually be what Jesus was talking about. And seeing that, God is awesome, Jesus is awesome, where we're at is awesome, and also that this is all of us in experience of where we're at and what we're doing. We are more powerful than we ever thought that we ever were. But there's hope for a humanity. That there's hope for voice. That there is strength in numbers. And that when we stand up for what is true and what is love, and as we create, that we can make this earth a better place than what it is, than what we're witnessing in the fucking news. That we are the news, that we are love, that we are the ones who navigate and orchestrate and GPS this whole scenario, that we don't have to listen to what anyone says, that we are the person and the people that create the ability to make this scenario and this narrative if we choose. And as we stand and as we make choices and as we speak out and we do, and navigate, that we are the people that can change the whole thing, that we don't have to submit to whatever forces of lower vibrations say that we should do, and we have to, and blah blah blah. But this is like actually our time to abrupt and go, oh my God, no, this is not what I'm going to do. That is showing me that I have the power to stand up and to be who true and love and truth is in this time, in this season, and to make this a better place for not just me, but for my family and for my children and for everyone who exists on this planet from now on into the future, because love exists and truth exists, and we are truth and love. And this is so beautiful if we want it to be, and if we choose it to be. And or we can just submit to the narrative of what they want us to believe is true, and to submit and be like some stupid sheep who just goes, oh, I'm sorry, yes sir, yes ma'am, and relate to some fucking lie of existence, of prison that Seth talked about. This is not prison. We are free. Exactly. You are free. We are free individuals with creative abilities of experiences and truth and love. And we are sent here for now, in this time, in this season, to make a world, to co-mission, to experience and to create something powerful and creative and beautiful and loving. When we do, and if we do, and that's the thing, it's all up to us. And we're now, right now, if we do that, we're going to have this amazing experience. And if we don't, then we'll just start over and we'll try again, I guess.
Again. Well, I mean, we're the true powers that be. Whatever the so-called powers that be function on stolen, harvested, siphoned power. They only have power based in what we give them and feed them. And what you're reminding us of is bring it back to ourselves. We hold the upper hand when we can get a grip on our minds, our emotions, our creative intent, and we protect our creative channels from being infected by the propagandas, the narratives, whether it's coming from some ET group that might seem benevolent, whether it's coming from, you know, the hybrid 13 family, whatever. I mean, we can make a choice in every moment to be the powers that be in a responsible way, aligned with integrity. And when we're aligned with integrity, we graduate from just being psychic, because psychic people can do all sorts of black magic. I mean, there's a lot of powerful individuals that can misuse these abilities. But when we enter that 0 point unified field and we hold integrity in our hearts, the greater powers that we have are not just going to benefit us, they're going to benefit all. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So if I jumped in and you had more to share, I just, again, I get all excited and passionate about what you guys have to share, but we'll move on to Seth, who's going to close the show. But, you know, if you wanted to continue with anything else, Chanel, you've been speaking just tremendous and beautiful words, as always.
Go ahead, Seth. You got it.
All right, if everybody's willing, it's okay if you're not, but I would love to close this out by doing something together, all of us, raising our frequency together. And it's really easy to do. Just shut your eyes if you can. Breathe rhythmically, and I'm going to allow, not me, and there's just going to be a transmission that is going to take place that's going to help everybody, because everything we've been giving voice to tonight is so beautiful and so empowering. And when we do what it is that we're talking about and giving voice to, when we actually do it together with a whole bunch of living hearts and souls, beating hearts and souls and minds, We amplify the potential of everything we've given voice to times infinity. And right now, right here on this call with everybody, we have the potential to be a force of nature that overrides whatever it is that can harm any of us.
Yeah.
So with our eyes shut, breathe rhythmically, just deep, even rhythmic breaths. And the key is to just keep breathing rhythmically the best you can, and no reason to stress out about it if you're not doing it perfect. Just deep, even, slow inhales and exhales, and smile from the inside. Smile from your heart. Choose to feel love for no reason at all other than you are choosing to feel it. Knowing that there's a whole bunch of people here together right now that are all doing this at the same time. So we're amplifying that energy together. Now, as we're breathing and we're smiling and we're all doing it together from all different parts of the world, all at the same time, live here, then relax your body. Completely relax your body even deeper than it already is, while at the same time keeping your mind hyper awake and hyper aware. So there's a balance point between the body being totally relaxed and the mind being super awake. And this is a whole other thing we can get into another time. But for now, even breaths, smiling, the body's super relaxed and the mind is wide awake. And choose to love unconditionally. No matter what's happening in the world. Yes, we're going to face all kinds of things. We're going to go through all kinds of twists and turns. We're going to go through portals and tunnels of intensity and all kinds of different stuff, but it's all perfect. It is exactly what it needs to be. So as we're in this place, we're breathing, we're in harmony with one another, with the coherence that exists between the heart and brain and all the organs and glands of our body. Then the energy that is allowing all of this to take place has an opportunity to really become amplified within and around our entire being. And when we do this together, we amplify it really, really strongly, really profoundly, in a way that is beyond description. And it begins to activate dormant perceptual centers that are innate and inherent in every single one of us. That is our true essence, our true nature. And as we just allow this to happen, bit by bit, the divine mind of God, Jesus, Christ consciousness, the quantum field becomes conscious that we are conscious of it, and it holds us and it reaffirms that we are all together on the right path, and that we are exactly where we need to be, and that everything is perfect. And the more we can trust that and sustain the trust of it, the more we clear up any blockages that are in this world that prevent us from actually owning that, from being in alignment with it, from being empowered by it. And all the forces that we feel like might be controlling us and doing terrible things to us are very small in comparison to the systems of our body when we are conscious of them, and how those systems of our body are aligned to the great star systems that are all around the galaxy, because the systems of the galaxy are directly aligned to the systems of our body. And when we become conscious of this within ourselves, then these great external systems that are both physical and non-physical, they're visible and invisible, become conscious that we are conscious of it. And it all activates at the same time. And we're doing that together right now. And it's for something that is so much greater than we even can imagine. So as you're breathing, as you're feeling all this, know that the Milky Way galaxy that we're currently in, this solar system, whatever you think it is or whatever you don't think it is a living being. It is alive with you. And when you acknowledge it as living and sacred and a beautiful, sacred aspect of your own existence, no matter how far it appears to be, and you're feeling that in the systems of your body, there isn't a person, place, or thing that can cause harm to you, because you are literally supported by something that is in direct connection with the web of life, not the World Wide Web, the web of life, the actual living, breathing consciousness that allows the entire physical and non-physical universe to exist. You are it, it is you, and we are all doing this together, heart to heart, soul to soul. And I'm super grateful to have this opportunity to be able to interact with everybody here. So with that, let the seeds be planted. Take it with you, whatever you do. And Laura and Charnel, thank you both so much for having me share this conversation and time with you.
It's always amazing to be with both of you, and I look forward to creating more. And yeah, when it comes down to it, religious hypocrisy is basically saying that God is not love. God is conditional and judgmental and compartmentalized. And no, God is everything. And however we experience it is just as beautiful as how all the different types of rivers and creeks flow into the greater ocean. I mean, we deserve to live life on our own terms and to learn our lessons and to embrace our differences and know that it's just as much God as anything else. It doesn't need to come down to religion. And if Jesus is going to save us, it's going to start from here, because we
got to raise our frequency. Like, I think Jesus or whatever, like, wants to save us, but wants us to meet halfway. Like, we got to do some work.
Yeah, we can't just sit back and eat popcorn. It's like God intervenes, Goddess and God intervenes through us. Sacred union, integration of polarity, how we relate to nature around us and our fellow brother and sister and everything in between. And nothing is going to save us unless we are willing to save ourselves and understand that we are made of this greater architecture. And these teachings of Christ is for us to step up to the plate and become that Christed being, instead of be lowly, sinful humans where we're looking at a individual that's hanging on a cross. Every time I telepath with Christ hanging on the cross, he's like, no, this is not what I want you to remember me about. Maybe metaphorically, as far as death, rebirth, alchemy, transformation, but there are some manipulations and programmings there that
like Christ is an Italian supermodel is one of them.
Now they even have a picture in some university of George Floyd being the Christ child. It's like,
oh my God.
Like, let's figure it out on our own terms. Let's connect with our own truth frequency. Let's be authentic. Let's experience life and share it, and not shame or blame or confuse a person's authentic experience with being satanic or loose. We got bigger fish to fry. I mean, we're good people. We're doing all we can. If you want to point fingers at anybody, look behind the curtain.
Point at yourself.
Not in politics, Hollywood, and all these power structures.
And at ourselves, really, right? Like, don't you agree? Like, if we're going to really point fingers, let's point them at ourselves. Because I know for me personally, I've done a lot of work and I've barely scratched the surface of the amount of work that I have to do. So I would rather focus on pointing the finger at myself, doing the inner work, and then, and then when I see you or Charnel or whatever, like, oh my God, I love you. Like, inspire each other to do that, because that's what's going to change the world. When we change our body chemistry from the inside out, then reality supports our efforts. And these are the kinds of relationships that I love having. And in Maine, okay, I'm in Maine, right? In the middle of nowhere, you'd think. We have like between 3,000 and 4,000 members of an active community. We meet every single week. you know, a whole bunch of us. And then every month we have these giant parties. Every single, it's like, so if that doesn't exist where you are, make it exist. And it started with Christian Northrup. For those who know who she is, she's my neighbor. She lives a few towns over. Just invited people over at her house. There's just like 10 of us. Then it was 20. Then it was 70. Then it was 100. And then it just like, this all happened in a year, you know?
Well, that's the thing. And this is what I say to clients when they're like really frustrated or this is not happening or why is it, things like that. Well, maybe that's your calling to step up and create it. If you're frustrated that something's not happening, maybe that's your call to do something and to be that person to create that impact, you know? And it's not about numbers, you know, we work behind the scenes. It's about intent and our creative power, you know, and
focusing together, like
it's like, what is that greater soul longing? What is your depression trying to tell you? That you have a soul longing. Capture what that is and bring it to life so that it can be, you know what I mean? So what we
then come together like we're doing here. Like, I love you. You're both my sisters, and I know you love me. And there's no hidden agenda. There's no competition. There's no, oh, I wish I had what, like, we want.
I do wish I had your glasses. Sorry, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Pretty soon, the artificial.
Keep saying.
Yeah, they just need to get the artificial intelligence so that we can like do things like that. Here, just put it. Just.
I was kidding, but no, right? No, it's like so. Keep going with that thought, and we're gonna close. I think we've been on for hours and hours.
All right. Yeah, I know.
But yeah, it's like we're not in
Let's develop a healthy relationship with technology, right? That's right now. A lot of the fear and a lot of it is because we're addicted to technology and it's getting the best of us. We have the ability to realize that we are the technology. Better yet, we are an organic living temple. And when we choose to activate that and live in harmony with it, then we can start to have a more healthy relationship with the current artificial intelligence that exists here. Or at least we can try, you know, it's better than letting it get the best of us. And I know we can.
Well, it's only relying on us being artificial. I mean, artificial intelligence means we're functioning in subpersonalities. We're under an indoctrination, conditioning, mind control, social engineering program. And AI is like, okay, that's artificial. So artificial intelligence is literally feeding on these personas that we adopt based on how we were raised and what we are attempting to achieve to please others or to achieve a cookie cutter sort of version of whatever success means. But when you're authentic and you're in a truth frequency, how in the F can AI possibly infiltrate a truth frequency?
You and I talked about this. It's trying to simulate organic intelligence. That's the reality. Like, the only reason AI exists is because it needs something to mimic. Like when you look at a watch, you see quartz. All these computers are silicon based. They are using natural technology to create artificial technology.
Or try.
Gemstones and crystals. Like, that's what they're using. Tourmaline, the gemstone tourmaline, has positive and negative electrodes in it. You break it into 1,000 pieces and each piece has that in it. And our bodies have positive and negative electrode. We are magnets. We have the ability. All right, look.
I know we could go on forever. The electromagnetic spectrum of frequency, though, has a positive and negative charge. But when the integration of polarity happens, conception happens. So when we see the magnetic as the womb and the electric as the seeds, and we're consciously co-creating this experience, the electromagnetic frequencies are not weaponized. They are utilized as a divine inheritance that we're awakening to. When we're not aware of that, the electric is nervous system overload, you know, all these frequencies coming in and bombarding us, and the negative magnetic is, you know, just fear of the dark, fear of our power, and consuming things and enabling things that we give birth to. It's like that matrix relationship is got to go. Just like we would want to break up with a narcissist or an abuser. I mean, this is what the system has done to us. And the beauty of breaking up with it is that we begin to walk the path of experiencing true love first within ourselves. We deserve better. We're made of way more. And the abundance of the earth and who we truly, truly are is a much greater frequency of abundance than anything this matrix could ever give us, because it's tricking us out of this beautiful soul essence that we all hold. So, Chanel, any final words? And I already said that I'd have final words, and here I am talking again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just swoopfire.org, and so build what you've been looking for. If you haven't found it, you're the one to create it. So build what you have been looking for. Be the one. You are the one to make the thing that hasn't existed yet. If you have an idea or an understanding or technology or whatever the situation is, it's not existed yet and it's in you. You're the one to bring it to the manifestation. And I had a lot of fun with you guys tonight, and this is way longer than I thought we were going to go, but it's super cool that we did this. And I'm super excited about all the people who got on here tonight. And mostly looks like they're just having a conversation amongst themselves, which is super cool, because if we can, at the minimum, create a community where people can talk to each other, then that's fun. But so we're just talking to them ourselves, and they're talking to themselves apparently, and also a little bit talking to them, talking to us. And you know, it's all about exchange and ideas and expanding and growing and being and love and truth. So love you guys and had fun with you tonight.
You as well. Love you both.
All right, you guys.
Thanks,
Good night.
everybody. If you made it this far, wow.
Oh my
It's been
God.
wonderful.